So anyway, today we're no longer gonna check out the Occultist, but instead check out the Dreeg Occultist, or like how it would feel right now on this patch 1.2.1.4, which well, it's actually certainly not the final patch before FoA, but it is gonna be like very close to like what you can have, like what you will have in FoA, I'm pretty sure. So I mean, how would you play Dreeg right now in this patch, and probably also like in FoA? I don't think it's gonna like change all too much until then. I mean, basically like this, right? This is like all you need. Maybe like procs, or like do like proc some other devotions. But I mean, you're gonna have like Curse of Reality and Dreeg, and that's pretty much all you need. If you're like doing Dreeg, I mean, there's like two ways you could play Dreeg, right? You could play either Poison, or you could play Acid. Poison, as in you use Focused Gaze and then have like a cooldown, but well, you do like way more damage with like one hit. And since Dot from the same skill doesn't stack in Grand Dawn, right? You just want like one big hit that like only gets refreshed. So you could play it like this. Right, so Dreeg itself has poison damage on it, right? Bloodburst has weapon damage on it, which means you can get like more poison damage via the weapon. And this actually has been changed. This used to be like a secondary, like a second skill actually, like attached to Dreeg, but now it's a skill modifier, a direct skill modifier to Dreeg. So this will like directly affect the eye now instead. Terrifying Gaze also directly affects the eye. And this is going to be obviously very, very good if you play like poison, because of like the poison duration. Bloodburst actually, well, it's only good if your weapon has like huge or most like poison damage. Otherwise, the like not too high weapon damage isn't going to be like that impactful. And the acid damage, well, with this you would like to stack poison, right? You just want like big poison, and the acid is like not that important. And then Vile Eruption would also not be that great if you actually take the transmitter here. Because this only adds flat damage, like acid and vitality hit damage, and no damage at all. And also the fragments that you get from this, which do look cool, but they will not be scaled up by Focus Gaze in any way or form, right? So yeah, if you play poison, you probably play like 12, 1, 12, and then 0 here, and then you can, I mean, obviously you always play possession as well. Or you will like just invest into your secondary class earlier. For poison, usually that would probably mean going Oathkeeper, honestly, because also part of the 3 exclusive here gives you like cooldown reduction, which is good if you like play with a cooldown, and also has more poison damage with increased duration, and also flat poison damage, which is actually better than possession for damage in that case. You could like go down to like 32 points here then in this case, and just play like Oathkeeper with like the resistance reduction from Sign of Dreeg, which converts this to become poison resistance reduction, right, on Celestial Presence. And then like a couple of points into like the passives here and there, like probably, I mean, that's for movement, right? And this is like all you kind of need, right? This is like how we play like Poison Dreeg, just like as a rough skill overview. But I think today we're gonna play like spam Dreeg. So we're gonna like max out this, and max out this, and just pick this, and just be like a solo occultist for now. Maybe eventually down the line we're gonna like pick up a second class, and usually I would like recommend picking up a second class around like level 35-ish. In some cases earlier, in some cases maybe at level 40, but usually at the latest around level 40 you want to like get your second class. I did push to like 55 on the Occultist solo, so we're gonna like probably push to around like level 50 on this character as well. Just like through the normal difficulty to like see how this skill feels like now on this current patch, which is gonna be like very similar to what you can play in the FoA expansion, right? For gear, as always, you go to item database, you go to skill item modifiers, you go to scroll down to Occultist. You look for Dreeg, and then you look at only the green items, because legendaries are, unless there's like faction stuff here, which you can search for by just writing faction here. And there's like Mark of Lethal Attempts, which does give you like weapon damage and flat acid damage to Dreeg. So that's like something you can like aim for at level 90. Once you get like enough reputation with this faction, you can like literally just buy the blueprint and you can craft this item. That's kind of nice for like slow Sapphire on the fresh progression, right? And that's the only item for faction, though everything else is gonna be random drop, more or less. So what you are more interested in are the rare green monster frequents, which do drop from like specific monsters or bosses. Like for example, this one from Sister Crimson, you can like click on the boss here, you can get a flashbang first of all, apparently because the site doesn't what the fuck was it not loading? There we go. And then you can like see a spawn location here, right? Show on map. It's gonna open up the map. Tomb of Sethan, like where the fuck is this, right? Who knows? Even it's over here, and then you see like, oh, Infernal Wastes, right? Okay, this is where it is. Then you like good luck finding Infernal Wastes, right? Maybe you can actually like see Infernal Wastes draft here. Does it show you when you click on this? Ah, it like zooms into this. I mean, you can still like see it here at least, right? Like zoom out here, I guess, and you can see that this is like Forgotten Gods, right? I mean, it's over here. So yeah, then you like know where you can get to that item. So this is like an item that we're gonna aim for. This will add flat damage and poison damage. So this is like honestly like really good for both ways of playing Dreeg FoA, both cooldown as well as spam. Then we have the Global Toxic Effigy, which you can get like very early in Act 1 if you're lucky, but it's gonna be like a very rare item, honestly, early game. Because it like only drops from yellow mobs, and they have like a very terrible drop chance, honestly, especially like a normal difficulty. Actually, it's like, yeah, 10%. That's... This guy has a 10% chance, and this guy has a 2.5% chance. The 10% chance is actually better than expected, so okay, we're gonna like look out more for Venomancers than for Witch Doctors. Good to know, good to know. They're Grim Dawn guides for the base game. I don't think anybody like make content for base game Grim Dawn anymore, honestly. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, most of the, or pretty much like all of the pre-endgame guides for the like 6 base game classes, if you find like some beginner leveling build for Arcanist or for Occultist, etc, blah blah blah, right? They're gonna work for vanilla as well, I would say. But yeah, vanilla like caps out at level 85, so there's no real end game really in the base game, I would say. Vanilla like base game Grim Dawn without expansions feels like a paid demo in my opinion. I mean, it's a great demo, but you need like at least Ashes of Mammoth for the game to feel complete in my opinion. And with Forgotten Gods and even more Silver Things of Asakarn, the game is gonna like be even more awesome, right? Do XP potions persist if I quit the game? No, you will have to renew your potions. Or like your potion. Another item we could aim for is the Leaf Mane Horn. Now this seems to add poison damage to Dreeg FoA, so if you're like going dot, probably better than the Global Toxic Effigy. But also it converts Vitality to Acid, which is actually also good for spam, because Terrifying Gaze has flat Vitality damage, which will be converted to Acid and not Poison. And also Vile Eruption has flat Vitality damage, which will also be converted to Acid and not Poison. So this is probably actually like ultimately better. I mean, this one has like weapon damage, which does give you like some more leech and like some damage depending on your weapon, of course. But I can see this one being like stronger, especially actually in lower levels. On high levels, like once you get like conversion in different ways, maybe Toxic Effigy might be better for endgame, but this is definitely like better for like early to mid game. The problem though is that this one is usually an Act 5 item, right? So you're gonna have it like be able to farm it in Ugdenborg, which is like after Logorian, so it's gonna take a little bit longer to get there. So we're gonna definitely like play Toxic Effigy until then, and then probably switch over to Leaf Mane Horn once we get to the Ugdenborg. And then for endgame, either these two or some legendaries, right, if you find them. However, there is more, right? Unlike Penetti, Dreeg FoA actually has even more items. Like, for example, Run Proc Sting. It adds retaliation damage added to attack, which really is not important in any way or form, unless you want to play retaliation build, of course, for which Oathkeeper would also be the way to go. Retaliation damage is basically like Thorns damage in this game, and in this game you can add your passive Thorns damage that usually would deal to like enemies when they hit you, and like add that to an attack. So Thorns builds are actually properly totally viable builds, and can deal damage with their skills too, not just by getting hit. But even for non-thorn builds, it has like weapon damage, which is nice. That helps out like pretty much all kinds of Dreeg's Evil Eye builds. And then also we have the Basilisk Fang, which adds Leech to Dreeg's Evil Eye, and also retaliation damage. As you can see, like this one with like also the Aegis bonuses, as well as this one with the Aegis bonuses as well. Like these two go like really well together on like Oathkeeper, as well as Occultist, like a Sentinel, right? Like Sentinel is a really, really strong class. Has lots of gear to support for like starters or for endgame too. But yeah, in this case we're probably just gonna use this for like the plus skill points and the Leech, which is also not too bad. Anyway, let's get started, right? Let us start a new character here in Hardcore, of course, right? Wrecked by the... Let's go. Okay. Normal, Hardcore... No, I don't need the guide, what the hell? I'm new to the game, I need a game guide. Still drawing breath, I see. Indeed, indeed. Okay. I should have like looked at devotions too, to be honest. But we're gonna get into those, I think, like maybe a little bit later. Also, welcome everybody. How you guys doing? Frosty Dark, Crash King, Old, Toma, Blender, Nexqua, Blower Tusek, Skinny Kenneth, Darker Blue, Magnus Games, Awareness, Spam, Sakasi, Shrikesex, hello, hello, hello. Yeah, I've been like holding a monologue real quick, like trying to explain some stuff about Dreeg's Evil Eye at first. It's gonna be more of that explanation on the go, but for now we can chill a bit, play the game, and talk to you guys. Explain to you like a noob why the conversion doesn't affect all sub-spec skills. Well, because skill modifiers like work for the skill, right, usually. And that means that in 9 out of 10 cases, any like secondary skill, or like any secondary node in a skill that is not just directly affecting the skill itself, is a different skill, right? And that's like something that would need a like another skill modifier, basically, right? Like this node and this node, right? They're just like skill modifiers that like directly inflict whatever they do to Dreeg's Evil Eye, like they actually like add on top of this. Whereas Vital Eruption is actually basically like 2 skills in one. It has one part which adds its flat damage to the skill, just like these two do, but then it also adds a second skill which produces fragments on impact, like 100% chance on hit, basically, kind of thing. And that's like a different skill, so that part does not get affected by skill modifiers and would need its own skill modifier, but because Crate didn't want to do those for whatever reason, we don't have them. And there's many cases like that, actually. Whenever like a skill has interactions like these. However, you can of course like still convert it, the damage here, with global conversion, right? Because global conversion obviously like affects everything. So that works. I should like kill the guy under the tree, maybe. Hello, that's the tree guy. So I'm gonna like put 2 points here, or maybe like 1 or 2 points here, and like 1 or 2 points down here, on pretty much any level, depending on like how the damage feels like and how my energy feels like. But right now, this is even more damage than Penati. Like, holy fuck, dude, this is so much damage now. I think Dreeg's Evil Eye is like absolutely nuts right now. Like it got buffed again this patch, even though it already like got buffed last patch. I think it's like over buffed actually. But okay, like it does have like worse AoE than Penati, right? Because Penati like spreads and looks more beautiful, etc. Does it have like pass through on some node? Not really, right? That would be an interesting mod to Dreeg's Evil Eye, actually, like pass through. there's one other case. That's why I said like 9 out of 10 times, right? The conversion like does not affect the secondary skills. That's with pets. Like both player scale as well as like pet scale pets, right? Because if you have a conversion modifier to a pet, that usually doesn't mean it's just conversion, but it also swaps the pet. And because you can't swap a pet visually without swapping the entire pet, well, the entire pet and all of its abilities get swapped, right? And that's why, for example, like when you switch like Wind Devil damage, then usually Maelstrom also gets converted, or like if you like switch damage on your Hellhound, then also like the Infernal Breath and so on gets converted. That's kind of just like, yeah, Grim Dawn Iceberg mechanics, right? The Grim Dawn Iceberg of mechanics. We're just at the tip right now. It's pretty deep. It's very deep. Otherwise, Grim Dawn is an easy game compared to Path of Exile, maybe, but some of its intricacies when it comes to mechanics are a little, yeah, convoluted, complex, unintuitive, whatever you want to call it. Okay, another level, right? Let's get some more damage. Yeah, this is crazy damage, actually. What the fuck? Okay, we got like the first offhand here. We equip it because we need mana. And we don't need a shield, you're basically a ranged caster anyway. Path is easy, the loot just fucking sucks. Yeah. I mean, I feel like PoE 2, for example, I feel like PoE actually has like less, or like, I don't know about like less conversion stuff. I think it actually might have more, I don't know. But it certainly, like the conversion in PoE feels more boring at least. Apart from like being able to like double dip with the damage, but that also feels like more like an exploit in a way to me, personally. Let's hide the white items right away. Don't need any of those. First time playing this, Tony, welcome, welcome. How do you recommend to level up? I mean, it depends. I have some like how to level up any like insert class here videos, right, on YouTube. Where the fuck is it? I mean, basically, you write !beginner in my Twitch chat right here, you're gonna get some links to some of my guides that I would recommend to like any new player. Many of these are like a little bit dated by now, but honestly, the basics of the game haven't changed at all, and also the ways how I describe to level up the classes in those videos are still fine right now. Right now I'm doing like a couple of runs to like figure out if something has changed, and like some skills are like a bit better now than back then for sure. There have been like plenty of balance patches since then. But if you level up the characters in the way that I did back then, you're still gonna be like totally fine. So do check them out. Don't know what's important and what's safe to ignore, killing everything and revealing all the fog of war. Yeah, the game is a lot about exploration early game, or like on your first playthrough, let's say, like that at least. Because the game has like many secret zones, like way more than like other RPGs, I would say. So it heavily incentivizes like exploration, for sure, so you should explore. When it comes to your skill points, I would say try to focus on like 1 or 2 damage skills that you like. Max them out as quickly as reasonably possible. By reasonable I mean like as reasonable when it comes to your mana consumption, your energy consumption, and then like usually like start by only like 1-pointing all other passives that you can get. Like in this case something like this or this would be like 1-pointers, or Dreeg and this 1-pointers, until around like level 30 or 40 I would say, and then you start like investing into like debuffs and buffs and passives and so on. Starting usually with the skills that have, like for damage, skills that give you % resistance reduction to the damage that you're dealing. Like for example, you're playing acid damage and you want eventually vulnerability, which has like minus poison and acid resistance. So this is like a skill you would start like investing into at around level, I mean I would personally like do it around like level 30 maybe, or like 30 to 40. Like once you've like gone rather deep in your skill tree and you've gotten like either 1 or 2 damage skills that you would like to play like maxed out, then you like start investing into those for damage. And then of course for like defense you wanna like get other or like auras or passives and so on. When it comes to your itemization, what you should prefer, like what you should focus on rather, is for your like item, like for your weapons rather, for weapon and offhand, or two-hander, whatever you're playing, I would focus on damage above all other things. And then whenever an item has a skill modifier to like your main skills that you're playing, like for example, say you were playing a savagery shaman, right, and this item has like stuff to savagery, then it's probably good to use for a savagery build, and you want to like really like use that or like prioritize using that. But when it comes to anything that doesn't have a skill modifier like this, or that's like usually armor pieces, helmet can have skill modifiers and gloves can have skill modifiers, metal, amulet, and weapons. Everything else can't have any skill modifiers anyway. So all other pieces, you want to focus on resistances first, right? You want to get these numbers up to 80% as quickly as possible. Okay, not physical, that's like kind of impossible, but especially the top row, like elemental and poison is like the most important, then I would say pierce, and then like the bottom row. The game on higher levels is basically balanced around you having 80% everywhere. So especially like once you go to higher difficulties like Elite or Ultimate, I would suggest skipping Elite usually, by the way. At least if you can. Then you really need 80% resistances, right? If you don't have 80% resistances later on, you will just die basically all the time. Yeah, if you're coming from PoE, then yeah, you know how important resistances are, right? And also armor. Armor is actually, this is not PoE 2, right? PoE 2 armor is like comparatively trash. In this game, armor is like actually like really good, especially in early to mid game, and also like I mean honestly like for all stages of the game, except for maybe like basically uber bosses, right? Their physical resistance is more important, right? Or like percent absorption is more important. There's also like multiple layers, just like in PoE. There's like flat absorption, percent absorption, debuffs that you can put on enemies so that you like reduce their damage and so on and so on. But yeah, it depends. Percent absorption is like really good for like bigger hits, just like percent physical resistance as well, or like just like any resistance generally. Whereas armor is like really good at like absorbing flat amount of like smaller hits. Armor in this game only absorbs physical damage. Block is pretty trash. Block is like only good with like heavy investment. I mean, if you happen to have a shield, then that's fine, but like investing into block is like only good if you like plan to go like pretty much full block. But shields often have physical resistance on them, so it might be like worth using a shield just for physical resistance. But also offhands can have physical resistance, so it kind of depends on the build. Shields are worse than in PoE, that's for sure. Like armor is better, shields are worse than in PoE. What there to say? What else to say? Oh yeah, there's like a stat that like pretty much everybody just new to the game doesn't even know exists, and that's armor absorption. By default, your armor has only 70% effectiveness. So if you have 100 armor, you get hit by 100 damage, you don't absorb 100 damage, you actually only absorb 70% of the damage. And it is actually very, very important to get armor absorption high as soon as possible. And there's pretty much like early game or like early to mid game only one component that helps you out, or like two actually. There's ancient armor plating, and there is scaled hide. Scaled hide you can only craft in the smith. And usually I put like 2 scaled hide, one on the pants, one on the shoulders. And then I have I think like 98% absorption. And then I like forget about armor until like endgame. And then like in endgame you have like other options for components to use to like increase your armor absorption. Unless you're a soldier, then you have a skill that like increases your armor absorption too, right? It's like another way of doing it then. Finish the Panetta playthrough. It's not, I mean, the normal part, like normal difficulty playthrough is finished, yes. And that's kind of like all I wanted to do for now. for what the purpose of like these runs are for now. I'll continue at some later point, I think, in Ultimate. The Dreeg set is pretty poop defensively. The endgame Dreeg Civil Eye set is kind of pooped. I mean, there's more than just the Dreeg set for Dreeg Civil Eye if you want to play.
I wasn't sure you'd make it,
holy shit,
but you pulled through.
Why that's so loud? Holy fuck. Thanks for Prime, Deloche. Appreciate the 12 months. Welcome back. 1 entire year of being a bloomer. Thank you so much for the support, man. Welcome back, welcome back. Was it just loud for me, or was it like louder than usual for you guys too? I think I just had my headphones like louder than usual. So maybe it was just me. It was Monka, was a bit loud. Pretty loud, yes. Okay, Dude, this game, I keep forgetting this game has like mechanics sometimes. Or like this kind of mechanics sometimes. Like these orbs, right, from these guys are like the... Actually no, okay, on these it doesn't work. But like on the projectiles from these like slip shamans, right? If you attack their projectile with your projectile, they actually like hit each other and cancel each other out, right? Like what the hell, man? This game, as old as it looks, has like those kind of mechanics, like what? But it like only works on like some projectiles. Like only if they like perfectly hit each other, it's like really weird, and I would never like rely on that for defense ever, but... I just noticed that like happening right there, that was crazy. Yeah, like this thing, right, you can actually hit it, right? Like if you actually hit it, right? That's interesting. Like only works on some projectiles, right? Like this one? Or here? Ah, shit. Well, if I wasn't such a boomer, right? And would actually like hit stuff. I've only got 2 necklaces. I mean, that's like not a big deal, to be fair. I mean, the ring that you can get is pretty nice though. And since I do have 3 rings, 3 necklaces already, I'm gonna get a ring here. Also, give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Alright guys, sorry. Did anybody know what happened to the Penalty playthrough? It did what it was supposed to do for now. I just wanted to get through normal and like see how it feels like for the first around 50 levels. I'll continue the playthrough eventually. Expect when? At some point this year. Just finished grinding all reputation, getting low core set with the Dreeg I build, 450 hours, and I finally just got all the stuff to actually few characters. To actually level characters faster. Nice, 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 nice. You played Krieg, Dreeg was one of the first builds too, then you discovered Krieg Death Knight, but Krieg got so many nerfs, trashed, you know? I mean... It didn't get like that many nerfs actually. It's just standards back in 2018 when like people were playing Krieg were like much lower. And I think between 2018 and now it actually got more buffs than nerfs. It's just everything else like is way more cracked. So anybody know the glitch when playing season 7 offline? If I use any type of essence, the game crashes. I have not had that happen to myself when I tested the offline mode, but yeah, actually I don't know. Hopefully the people on Discord can help you out. Do you know how DPS Krieg is? I mean, the last time I played it was like full Krieg. What do you even play with that? I like like I personally thought always that it was okay. Like when it came out, I was like, it kind of feels boring to play whatever everybody else was playing, so I never played it back then. And then like in 2019 or 20, when I never played like the traditional like whatever. Yeah, but like what skill are you playing? Like cadence or like I think physical blade arc for 5-piece Krieg or like 4-piece Krieg is like the best Krieg set build. But it's like physical blade arc getting carried by the physical blade arc weapon and not because of Krieg. Like Krieg just happens to be there. And even that, for endgame, you choose another set, right? You play like Blood Rager over Krieg for endgame. Krieg is just like an easy to obtain like set that you play until you get your actual endgame stuff. But I mean, that's like kind of how it like always was designed to be. Like it was never supposed to be like the best build ever. It was just supposed to be like an approachable set, like a easy to farm set. Krieg is inferior to Dark One. Yeah, because Dark One was supposedly like harder to farm because it was like in a hidden area and like people didn't find it, right? But nowadays like everybody knows where it is. Yeah, like Dark One, like nobody played Dark One because people like didn't know where it was like back in 2018, right? Whereas like everybody was playing Krieg. Because you could also like farm Krieg in elite difficulty, right? Whereas Dark One was ultimate only behind like a hidden quest that like nobody knew where it was, etc. So like it made sense for Dark One to be like way stronger than Krieg. Maybe a bit less so nowadays, but also Dark One you used to also be better. Dark One is also like nerfed compared to what it was. Dark One is still better than Krieg, but it's definitely nerfed compared to what it was. Dark One drops in Crucible too? That's not true, no. That's literally not true. Like it's impossible. I mean, if that happened, then it's a bug. Like I've never gotten a Dark One piece in Crucible myself. Pretty sure that's a bug, or like that's just not true. Anyway, okay, let us continue this Dreeg character. I am in Whitemire. I was about to get the ring, right? Yeah, because once you get 3 stiff necklaces, you can hand them into Torvin, and he's gonna give you a ring back, which, to be fair, at this stage of the game is gonna be probably better than any other ring you have. Or most other rings that you have. Gives you like very nice resistances, so yeah. Since resistances are important, you wanna get to that one. Also, don't bother keeping yellow items to sell. You wanna sell green items for money, but... okay, where the fuck am I going? Hang on, did I walk past Foggy Bank Rift? How did it, like, it's literally here in the map. How did I not get it? Oh my god. Okay. But yeah, yellow items, you can just throw them away. They're not needed. They like sell for nothing anyway, basically. You saw some people commented on your post about the same issue. Yeah, I will... Hang on. Yeah, the offline MI is like the only annoying thing on Penalty, I think. And also the fact that you have, well, basically only 2 MIs, right? And there's 3, but 2 of them are metal, and you use metal A if you're elemental and metal B if you're aether. So I feel like the skill itself is like definitely strong now, or like strong enough. But itemization compared to some other skills is maybe like still lacking a little bit. And one of the examples having better itemization, I would say, is Dreeg's FoA probably. I gotta say, while Dreeg's FoA has like better single target damage, the AoE is definitely worse because like it doesn't spread. You can get like really good AoE, of course, if you go for the transmuter, like the bomb version. Which, I don't know, might actually just be better for leveling. Because you can use a filler skill, like some poison bolt instead, like from Acre, for example. Or just like use Fireball, honestly. What happened to Penalty build? It is on the bench, but not dead. Why Eruption not enough? That might be enough actually, yeah, but it's quite a bit deeper into the tree. Okay, so there are other playtesters that have said that they have no issues using the essences on offline mode. And they just said maybe whoever has issues didn't update properly. I don't know. That product doesn't sound all too helpful. But you can like try maybe like a new install, fresh install, I don't know. Like I also like have no better idea right now, to be fair. Welcome guys. Welcome, привет. Comes back to Fire Blast. I mean, Fire Blast has like... if you compare Dreeg's FoA and Fire Blast, I think Fire Blast has like a better AoE actually on the explosion, right? Like, this is 1.5 meter radius, and I think Fire Blast is a bigger radius. Yeah, it's 2.5, right? Like, it's literally better AoE. I mean, of course, like, way less damage, but... if I literally, like, play this right now... I mean, it also one-shots the mobs, right? But, like, with better AoE. Like, it's literally better. At this point. Like, all the points invested in Dreeg's FoA, and this is still better. Okay, maybe not against single target. I mean, the AoE is just so good early though. I feel like they could definitely Bloodburst used to have... Wait, I mean, this... Okay, this has AoE. Wait. Oh yeah, we get more AoE if you like put more points there, right? Oh wait, it has like 0.5 meter radius by default, and this gives it... okay, you gotta max out Bloodburst. Right, they added like AoE on this now. Why swap to Occultist? Because I only planned on playing through normal in the first place. These were like mostly supposed to be like this run, the Penalty run, and probably like the next like around 10 runs that I'm gonna do are only mostly gonna serve to update my rather old like how to level XYZ class build videos, or like Fangs of Astakarn, to update those for Fangs of Astakarn hopefully. So I'm mostly interested in the performance in normal difficulty between like level 1 and 50. But I will probably like eventually also like push all those builds fast like into endgame all the way to Lokar. But there's like many things I need to like check out for leveling here, so I need to focus on like the first like 50 levels first. And a guesstimation when Fangs of Astakarn is gonna come out. Well, I kept saying like maybe in May, like the last couple of days. Yeah, I mean maybe in May, maybe later. I honestly don't think it's gonna be before May, like, I don't think so. Not before May, probably. I mean, all we know is like this year. It could be May, it could be April, but I kind of doubt it.
Oh, hello.
But definitely this year. Okay, I think I'm gonna max out this first, yeah, as I just said, because AoE is what I want at this point. Play as a good boy, play as a werewolf, good boy, yeah. They need to launch between PoE and early seasons. I mean, first of all, they need to launch whenever it's ready, right? They need to be ready first. And then they can like think about a proper launch date. I do believe that they should try to release before PoE 2. Like before PoE 2's full release at least. But I mean, PoE 2, from what I've played and seen, needs a lot of development time still as well. By the way, Angrim over here... I mean, whether you save Angrim or the other guy, Duncan Donuts, doesn't matter all too much. And, I mean, Duncan has like... I mean, both of them I think have like 1 or 2 items they can craft that the other one can't, but those items don't really matter at all unless you're like a Fire Strike build, like a gun Fire Strike Purifier, for example. Then you can like craft like a pretty decent like Fire Strike gun there early game. I would say in ultimate difficulty though, you pretty much always wanna choose Angrim though, because he can craft gear with like % armor on top. And that's pretty good for endgame. I got a caster with resistances maxed, around 15% Fizz. Decent stats overall, but I'm level 50 doing normal veteran. Some mobs hit me hard nonetheless. I mean, if you're taking lots of damage with like capped resistances and like normal veteran, it is probably physical damage. And if you're a caster, the only way to mitigate physical damage reliably, I mean, or like in general, I mean, it's gonna be, well, what are the options for physical damage, right? Physical resistance, armor, absorption, like % and flat absorption. And then of course you could also like use a skill that like reduces enemy damage. % absorption, physical resistance, and like the debuff. is those are like usually good against like bosses, and armor and flat absorption is like good against like trash mobs, right? Like hordes of enemies. And if you do have like a decent amount of armor, you also want to make sure that your armor is like at least up to 90 or 98% armor absorption effectiveness, because otherwise you're still gonna like take a lot more damage. So I think even on casters, like getting up to 100% absorption is noticeable, at least when you like rush into trash mobs. And then also having like at least 100, at the very least, at the bare minimum, like 100 HP per level, which I don't have right now, but you should have that. Ideally like 150 or even higher per level. It's also like a nice way to not die, of course. I think I might have to like do another run, at least like early Act 1, where I use the transmitter, to be fair. Because I really feel like it's just better to play transmitter and like do fireball in between, for Act 1 at least. Okay, now we have the same AoE as fireballs. Like now, as long as we're spamming, the fireball has finally become useless. But it takes like all the points in Bloodburst to get there. That's kind of crazy. For example, Skeleton Knights. Yeah, I mean, you should never get hit by a knight as a caster. That's just like a positioning issue, I would say. I know they like charge you sometimes, but that's like normal. Also, what I think actually like helps a lot in this game is whenever you're getting hit by something, or like whenever you're about to get hit by something that is gonna hurt you a lot, just press your pot like instantly, right? Don't wait until like half HP to press your pot, like just press it right away. Because you have infinite pots anyway, right? Like just press it instantly, right? It's gonna help like tanking a lot of stuff like way easier than otherwise. I need more physique for all this crap, right?
Summons one of the infinite eyes of Dreeg, the great guardian of the hidden realm. The eye quickly speeds toward the target and then detonates itself. Putrid chunks burst forth from the eye upon impact, inflicting further damage upon any foes unfortunate enough to be close to its detonation. Rect Bloomsly direct 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 Bloomsly direct.
Its detonation. Thanks to the resub, Blender. 42 months already. Holy moly, 42 out of all the numbers. Crazy, crazy. Appreciate the support. How you doing, man? Welcome back. Wait, this is an amulet, right? Not a... It's like literally the same stats. Except more HP, actually. But no pureness. Let's get this. I think at this point, like after you've like done a couple of totems, you can like remove yellows. Like yellows in this game, unfortunately, for my taste, become useless like way too quickly. But that's just like how the game is right now. Just filter them out. They're never useful really for like anything, actually. Unfortunately. Facebook is just so insane for skill point cost or even damage scaling. Wait, what? Facebook. Am I testing something specific on this Occultist? Just like how the Dreeg Civil buffs are feeling right now. Like Dreeg Civil has been buffed like many times. And I haven't played it actually like in quite a bit. So yeah. I'm curious how like good it feels early game now. Okay, yeah, I really want the AoE on Bloodburst like ASAP, to be fair. That makes it feel a lot better. You just stop and look at rare items at the endgame. I mean, greens are rare, right? Wait. Like, rares in Diablo are yellow, right? Greens are the yellows. Like, in this game, yellows are the complete trash items, and greens are what is yellow in Diablo. Just like different color coding. I mean, the greens in this game are better than in Diablo 3, actually. Like, greens in this game are way better than in Diablo 3, the yellows. It's actually the other way around. It's just the colors are different. At least, yeah, with monster frequency, that's true. Like, the base greens are probably like about the same as in Diablo, I think. I don't know, like, the last time I played Diablo 3 was like around Reaper of Souls release. I didn't really like play any of the seasons after that because the game got fucking boring to me. So it's been a very long time, but from what I remember, like, you didn't ever play like Yellow's endgame, right? Like, not a single one. It was just all like legendaries. And now like primal ancient legendaries, I guess. Yeah, the color coding is just different. Like what's yellow in Grim Dawn is blue in Diablo 3, and what's yellow in Diablo 3 is green in Grim Dawn. Because Grim Dawn like uses Titan Quest style color coding, and well, Diablo 3 uses Diablo 3 color coding, or like Diablo color coding in general. Yeah, I mean, you like played sets and then you like played the ring that makes it so like you get the set bonus. Like you get like +1 set bonus without like using this the item from the set or something like that, right? That was crazy. And you just like play like 2 sets at the same time, something like that. It was literally just like one of the rings or whatever it was that like makes it so you need like less items to complete like the set requirements, right? Like to get to the next set tier, whatever you want to call it. Then you play like as many set items as you could. Yeah, Royal Grandeur ring, exactly. I think that was the name. It was like the most OP ring in the game, pretty much. I mean, a mechanic like that is interesting in a way, but when sets are just absolutely ridiculous, then it's just kind of stupid. Okay. Actually, I should have like went back around like Burvich Village already, and not now. Now I need to like kind of get to the next waypoint first. With this little inventory, it's gonna suck a bit. Okay, we don't want to play a shield, right? So we can use that for... And then we don't want to play a gun. Like, at least not a 200 gun, really. Let's get the mantle and the helmet and see what those are. Yeah, when you were like running rifts back to back. Like pre-greater rifts, right? And it was fun for like a couple of weeks, or like 1 or 2 months for sure. Like I had fun playing Diablo 3, for sure. For like the 2 months that I played it, or 3 maybe. Yeah. I don't know, like, the difficulty settings are also so weird. Like, you have stupid balance, and then like, okay, once you find this piece of gear, now you can like click +1 torment, right? Okay, you found this gear, okay, click again, +1 torment. +1 torment, +1 torment. I mean, it's better like this, I guess, than to just like literally one-shot everything and get like still the same trash loot, but it also feels like very lazy design. To be fair, like, you gotta like do pretty much like no balancing at all. You just need to like introduce another torment level as a like game designer. It's like genius laziness kinda. Which under Dreeg will allow a constant capability to face tank monsters a bit. I mean, it can face tank at least one monster in the game. Depends like what monster you're fighting there. I would say which under Dreeg will is generally definitely not a face tanker though, but it should be like it should be able to like face tank like some trash mobs at least. That's for sure. Don't understand what the point is in hardcore. I mean, the point of hardcore is if you die, you lose your character. But I mean, that's just like what hardcore is, right? The point is that you feel more invested into your progress, and it feels more rewarding to you personally when you actually manage to beat the content without dying. I don't know, maybe it's like some kind of thrill or EP kind of thing, I don't know. I just think it's fun, like in its own way, maybe like slightly masochistic own way. But I think it feels more rewarding, like if you actually like beat the content and don't die, it just feels better, like it feels more rewarding. To me personally at least. It's like the stakes are higher, right, if you're playing hardcore. Okay, devotions. We didn't like really talk about these yet at all. But I always would recommend you like starting out with as Jackal. Like once you get 3 points, actually like instantly get Jackal. That's like the earliest total speed you can get. Total speed is movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed. And then any poison build wants to get Murmur. So we could like just aim for Murmur next. Because Murmur has like poison resistance reduction, poison acid resistance reduction. It's like really good. If you think just going for this right away and not taking any other actives until then is boring, then you could, I guess, aim for example, Guardian's Gaze first, or well, the Scorpion Sting maybe. I mean, the Gaze is kind of like fitting. The problem with the Gaze is that it also like deals lots of chaos damage, which is a little weird. And you can't like get rid of it all too well. But it's nice. I actually do kind of still like it. It would delay this, but maybe like still play it a bit. I will need blue devotions anyway though, so I'm gonna get more movement speed from like Eel first. And then maybe Guardian's Gaze. Relying on lifesteal from the Garden of the Giant and the Giant's Blood Heal, yeah. I mean that's fine. You also have like dual heals, right? You have Blood of Dreeg and you have Pneumatic Burst. So if you time those right, you can like heal a lot actually on a Witch Hunter. No, I didn't dump Netty. This is just switching because I want to play like more than one build. And I just mostly care about getting to level 50, like seeing how the skills, the new skills, like, or like the freshly buffed skills, like feel in the early game, like a normal difficulty. I'll play Ultimate eventually.
The captain send you over? Impressed? Well, since
I mean, ultimately every single build, if you have like good gear and it's like well built, should be able to face tank trash. I think. Depends. Actually, there's like some trash that just like deals a big chunk of damage, like just a lot of damage. Like some of the like big skeletal giants or like the trees and so on. Like those will just always hit a lot of physical, like for a lot of physical damage. So face tanking those is like never gonna be a thing, but they're also very slow, so you can like kite them super easily. Or like the Watchers, right? The Watchers from Forgotten Goals, they're actually like not even that slow. But if they hit you with their clap attack, like, you're getting clapped by the clap attack, I can tell you that. Heroes, I think it depends more on like what hero it is as well, or like which underlying type of enemy it is. If it's like a Watcher hero, then, or like some tree hero, then yeah, you can get clapped for sure. If it's some spider hero like this, then it's gonna deal like no damage to you ideally, right? Like these still... I can face tank it right now, right? Does nothing, this hero. What's your armor? You said you're like level 50 or 60, something like that? It still says penalty build. Oh shit, does it? Oh, thanks. Whoops. Thanks. I thought I updated it, but apparently I didn't. It's kind of... I'm new to streaming, okay? Now it's like, I don't know, it gets a bit annoying, like updating everything, like the announcement, the YouTube, the Twitch. I wish it was just like you update it in one place and like it copies it to all other places, but that's not how it works, unfortunately. You switched from Maddie's Dota 2 stream to a non-Paddy stream. Oof. You get baited by the title. The Arcade Life, welcome on. Dreeg are your favorites. It's a good skill for sure. I think I'm like slightly disappointed that you need to invest so many points in Bloodburst to like get to the same AoE as Fireball. I think it could have like a tiny bit more by default. How much more do you get when you invest more? Let me check that out. Okay, you do, okay. You do get like 0.1 over... okay, that's fine. Like it does get up to like 3 meters bonus. I guess it's fine then. And he like blocked my projectile again. This guy. 699 armor. And it absorb. Okay. Unlucky with gear. I don't think you can be unlucky in Grundon with gear, to be fair. Like, gear is so easy to get in Grundon. But, kind of like only if you know where to get it. Okay, I mean, you can still always get unlucky, of course, because of like, well, affixes and so on. And sometimes, like, you have maybe like a really good piece that you want to use for like good armor, but then it doesn't have the affixes, like it doesn't have the resistances that you need. But you do get like a lot of items in this game, I would say. Oh, celerity is good for casting speed, right? I mean, 700 armor at level like 50 to 60. If you're like for a caster, that seems fine actually. That doesn't sound too bad, I would say. Should be fine. Okay, now we have like 2 bags finally. Very nice, very nice. The Slith and the Setter also gave me this ring, which isn't bad, but it could have like better resistances, I guess. So we're gonna set it for now. This ring. I kind of like Obsidian Seal because it does have armor on top. Right, like some some rings can actually have armor, and armor on rings is just like armor on belts, which means it's like globally added to every single slot. Like if you have like armor on rings, like that value gets added to all 6 slots. So basically, whatever armor you have on your belt and or your rings, just multiply that times 6, right? And that's like the amount of armor you get compared to like other slots. Like more or less. Could I comment on the Eye of the Guardian being viable, like the devotion you mean? Actually, I think it should be fine for like the level that you're at. It's been a while that I've played an endgame, and I think endgame is very good if you can convert like auto damage to whatever damage type you're dealing, right? If you can like get chaos to acid conversion for endgame, it can be good then as well. But if you can't convert it, I think it's one of the weaker devotions. Actually, right now. I mean, Giant Splat is really, really good, so if you have that, I mean, as you said, that's like very, very nice. I'm gonna put like, yeah, a couple of points here maybe. It's like an additional heal, gives more offensive ability, more regen. It has some like flat acid damage, which isn't all too effective on this build, because the flat acid damage from Blood Dreeg is what I would call like weapon damage or like global weapon damage. That's added to any skill that has % weapon damage at the like multiplied by the percentage of weapon damage that you have on that skill, right? And Dreeg's Evil Eye does have weapon damage at least, but it's not a high value, right? It's like 50% or something like that. 55%. So whatever value I have here gets multiplied by 0.55 on this, like 7 point something damage. Not very high, like 8 damage almost maybe. You posted a build on Discord. Okay. Yeah, if you convert the chaos to acid, yeah. Not a chaos build. Aether Warlock. Yeah, we could check it out later, for sure. Am I deliberately not using Pisqua's Tail? I actually forgot about it. You're right, it's actually a good, like a good item early game. You're actually right about that arcade life. I was like checking out like Monster Frequency earlier and like only looked at Dreeg's Evil Eye stuff. But you're right, Pisquil also exists. I kinda skipped him because that cave is a little rippy earlier. But I could check it out now. It's like the best item that you can play for the Cystic Crimson Scepter for sure. Like 100%. It's like only good if you use Curse of Frailty though, right? Which I mean I could do, right? It's not the end of the world to use that. You want to use it eventually anyway. I kind of don't like using resist reduction abilities like this early. If you look at this point, it's usually just better to like get points and flat damage, but with Pure Squills it's very high value for sure. 2 Wheeloth Rings? 2 Wheeloth Rings even? I sold my Wheeloth Ring actually, I mean, it's like, okay, it does add like some flat because of the weapon damage, but like my FXs were so bad. And I have a casting speed ring now instead. Which I think is more damage than a Veloth Ring, at this point at least. Like, if the Veloth Ring has casting speed on top, then that's like... very, very sweet, right? That is super sweet. Shiza, welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. I think Curse, like using Curse of Reality is also a lot more comfortable if you use cooldown Dreeg Zibudai. Like there's still so many things telling me to just play cooldown Dreeg Zibudai right now. As you just like run into a group, cast it once and then like keep going. Or use like fireballs or spam between. Oh yeah, like later on it's like worth farming for sure. I mean on normal I think almost nothing is really like worth farming for apexes at least.
Good, you're back.
Like farming something to even get the item in the first place, of course worth it, but shouldn't be too picky with apexes because yeah, it's gonna be like a waste of time ultimately because your item is gonna be irrelevant at some point. Thanks for the resub as well, 3 months already. Shaza, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? Appreciate the support. So spam Dreeg Zibudai would be based on acid, while cooldown would be would work with the dot. Yeah, that's basically the idea. Because poison damage doesn't stack from like the same ability. It only refreshes the stack, or well, like applies the highest hit, like the highest dot that you rolled rather. So like hitting multiple times in quick succession can be decent to like get a high roll on the dot, but using like multiple different skills in rotation to stack dot from different skills is usually much more effective. And also getting a like skill transmuter that gives you 160% total damage modified and also more poison damage with increased duration is just like way better for poison than it will be for acid, right? Because acid damage, of course, like you hit it with every single attack, and if you hit in quick succession, you have like decent DPS, whereas if you do like one big hit, then sure you can like explode, crash, but against bosses, you're gonna have like way less hit damage. On the other hand, the poison is like really strong, honestly. So, but I want to try like a non-dot run this time. Maybe like I try another run later with like dot instead. Because the skill is really good right now, for sure. Like it used to be a lot worse, and like back in the day I like told people to rather level with the bloody pox, which to be fair is still better AoE, but a lot less single target damage. But now I think Dreeg Zibudai is arguably just better, and I would rather, or like just as good at least. And I would say like depends a bit more on like what kind of damage type you want to play, right? If you want to play like acid or poison, play Dreeg Zibudai. If you want to play like vitality or, well, bleed is not really... Bloody Pox has bleed damage, of course, but it's not really like worth playing around, I would say. It's like worth using as another like skill on top if you like happen to use Occultist as a secondary class for bleeding support. But as a main skill it's like not good enough. But for vitality damage you can play Pox, right? Actually Pox also has like some poison damage down here, I think. But it's also kind of like very low values, to be fair. Dreeg Zibudai is still inferior to pet leveling? Is it? I don't know. I mean, it probably is. Like, Raven is just insane single target. I always felt like pets are a little like worse with AoE. But then again, this right now is not the best AoE either. And AoE, I mean, Hellhound is pretty strong for AoE, I guess. I don't know, Raven is shit AoE in my opinion. Like what I've played myself. But yeah, we're gonna play pets too, I guess. Like pets are definitely like the other strong way to play Occultist. I think right now it's like if you want to play like Poison Acid, right, you play Dreeg. If you want to play like Vitality, you play like Pox into Sigil. And if you want to play pets, you play pets, obviously. And if you want to play Chaos, you just wait for endgame, right? I mean, you can play like Sigil for leveling for Chaos too, actually. That's fine, I guess, as well. But I feel like most Chaos builds, I mean, Chaos in general is a pretty gear-dependent damage type in general, I would say. Yeah, and like same for Occultist. I think it's gonna be a bit more approachable once Berserker class is out, because especially like Occultist and Berserker together are gonna fare very, very well for Chaos damage. Dreeg's Evil Balls, yep. Okay, so like even with a single monster, without a single monster frequent, spam Dreeg's Evil Eye is pretty good single target damage. Or like any kind of Dreeg's Evil Eye pro there is. It could be better, but this is like, it's fine. I got a still good hit, yikes. Don't get hit by the crossbow, right? Actually we can just, oh shit, actually can we tank this even? It's a bit rippy. Okay. Maybe, okay, like if you have monster frequency, this is certainly better damage. Okay, I'd rather get hit by that even though it debuffs me. The stomp is like a lot of damage right now for some reason. I even have Aetherist, but okay, my armor is like absolute dog shit. Anyway. So that's like the one basically. But we didn't get any monster frequents. So one monster frequent you can get way earlier, right? That I actually forgot about, that I missed, which you shouldn't, is the one in here in the Rat Cave. If you're playing on hardcore though, going here at whatever level you are when you first go here too, can be a little bit rippy, so I would recommend going here at around like at least level maybe like 10 or something like that. Like be at least level 10 to go into the Rat Cave. You gotta find it first though, it has like 3 locations I think. The lead, does evade has a, I mean it's called an evade, right? It has a iframes, yeah. Has iframes just like in Dark Souls. Okay, so that's like location 1 here, location 2 here, and that's like another one here. And if you have the map like this, it's like 1 here, and then 1 here somewhere, like behind the house. Yeah, over here. And down here. Jutut's necklace doesn't have +1 Occultist at this level, does it? But it's probably still worth checking out, yeah. Go for Dreeg Guardian at this level, yeah, people laugh. I'm gonna go there like, I don't know, later. Yeah, it's pretty ripped at this point. Shit, he's level 11 only. Does he like still even drop his item? He does. Okay, that's kind of lucky. You shouldn't go here too late, because otherwise you don't get the item anymore. Okay, I mean this is obviously very good for this level. So what it gives you is... I got actually kind of lucky, like Plague Bearer's prefix, which you don't always get, is more poison damage. Celerity is more casting speed, so also perfect. And then the item itself has like vulnerability 3 points and additional resistance reduction to Piece of Reality. So you want to like pick up the skill then, which is kind of like a I mean it's gonna have like way bigger AoE later, but I think you shouldn't invest that many points into it right now. Just like keep going and like put points here or here, or here at least as well, an aspect of the Guardian for like the resistances. But at this point in the game, it's like something you use like on elites or bosses, and then you can have like a lot more damage to those. A list of builds from the last season? Not yet. I mean, you can like check out the builds that are posted on the forums, right? Not on the forums, on the website, like on the letter that like people posted themselves. The ones I showed last time on stream, and some others that people didn't publicly post that I would have access to. I have not done a like list or video about those yet, no. But I probably should at some point. Got over 800 hours in Grim Dawn, haven't played in ages. I want to have a fresh experience when I start playing again. Okay, how do you do that? First of all, you can just... or I think like for better... Like, okay, if you don't need cloud saves, because you're like only playing on one machine anyway, like on one PC, then I would personally recommend you to remove cloud saving, because it makes like handling the files easier, in my opinion. So untick cloud saving here, but you also need to untick cloud saving in Steam. Like if you go to your Steam, then like right click Grim Dawn, and you have to also like disable cloud saving there. And then, well, your save folder location is already gonna change, so you basically like have already like reset your characters and your progress at that point. But then I'm gonna show you as well real quick. In a second here. So you can also play this emulator, right? Which at this point doesn't do all too much, I would say. But it's still kinda nice. This is gonna be like way bit later on. Because on higher levels this one gives you like +1 to all skills to Occultist as well. At this point it doesn't, so while it's still nice and you can target farm from this guy here in the cavern and foggy bank, it's not as good as it's gonna be later. Okay, so if you turn off cloud saves, right, and then you go to documents, my games, Grim Dawn, this is where your like local saves are gonna be. Usually you can only have like one save folder here. This is your current save folder that's being used. And then what you do to like reset your progress is just like rename the save folder, right? To, well, as you can see, I have like more than one save, like for more than one like account in quotation marks, right? And yeah, like whichever is just called save is the one that the game is gonna load, and if there is none that's called just save, then it's gonna create a new one automatically. So if you want to like go back to, I don't know, like this one for example, then you rename this to save underscore whatever you want to name it, and then like you rename this one back to save. Right. And you can also like back up the folders of course as well if you want to. Looking for the right save. I mean, yeah, you should name your saves properly, right? Almost as many as you. And this is like one save folder, right? Like each folder can have like another 100 characters inside, right? Did I want to use this ring? I think after getting the double... Wait, didn't I get another like celerity ring? Oh, here it is. Has literally no resistances though. It's a little unlucky. It would be nice to have more casting speed, but I think no resistances whatsoever is just too bad. Okay, we can get casting speed on the gloves instead, that's nice. Okay, more points devotions. Now I already put all the points there that I want to put there. Now what you do is you go to your smith right after Act 1. You go to your smith, you click Equilibrium for your relic, because it's like honestly the other two options are just bad, so you just click this. At least for hardcore I would say this is just literally the best. This one gives you movement speed, elemental resistances. And that's like the only thing you need really. Like this alone is like so good for this like level. Then you would always want to get a antivenom salve if you don't already have like poison rest maxed out. I have it maxed out as an occultist, even though I don't even have this skill yet, which gives me like another up to 100% poison resistance. So that's an interesting run. Then you can focus on getting, actually more important I would say, is Ward Stone. Because Ward Stone also gives you movement speed. So you can like choose another 2 Ward Stones here, and then you have already capped your movement speed basically. Like the base cap, which is 135%. Fangs of Asakarn will allow you to get way more than that eventually, like with skills from classes or like from gear and devotions. Even now there's sort of like some items give you like more maximum movement speed already. The other one is going to go in the medal. I don't have a medal yet, but it's going to change soon. If you find an ectoplasm, you can like put it on your helmet, I think, for now. It's like the best slot for it at this point. And polished emeralds, you can like always put them like on rings or like chests at this level as well, because they don't really like... They're like very, very, very common, and the +8 each attribute at this point is actually pretty big. They're gonna fall off though, so you're gonna like use something else later. And I think the next priorities for crafting components would be scaled high to get higher armor absorption, or also imbued silver usually for like bleed and chaos stress. But you can wait with this until you get to the Blood Grove. You don't really need that before Blood Grove. I mean, there's also like other stuff you can craft for your gear. I don't think a lot of that is really like worth crafting though, to be fair. You could do like a vitriolic gallstone for damage. This is something you can do for sure. Or like this one for like a bigger like poison bomb. This is something you would like spam in between like Dreeg's Evil Eye when you have it put on a cooldown. I don't, so I'm gonna just use this. It's level 20 though, so I can't really use it yet. What else should I craft? Skilled hides, I guess. My armor value is like so low right now. I mean, it's fine. And then for the gloves, you kind of don't want to craft something. You want to wait until you get either a whatever it's called, like inscribed runes, something like that. Gives you like vitality and bleeding resistance, or some component with like casting speed. It's like 8% casting speed as well. Like those are like I think the best you can get like at early mid game. And then later on you can also like craft some stuff, but it's like for later. Okay, and now we also go to the Forgotten Gods real quick to grab a movement skill. But before that, let me actually upload the character to Grim Tools real quick, so I can give you a link and you can look at the build as well. Even though this is like very, very early into the game. And I mean, ideally, you don't want to have Kaizok's Skull, right? You want the global effigy. And also you want the medal. Like, what the hell am I doing? If you don't have a medal at this point yet, you can just buy a medal. Especially if you rescued this guy over here. You should always have medals, and this guy also like sometimes has medals at this level now. Medals at this level. And ideally you want to get like something that has resistances too. But in this case, the only one with resistances has fucking poison rest again. Like, what the hell, dude? Which I don't need. Hello? Hello, hello, hello? The problem is I think it's still the best actually. Maybe this one is better. Mighty of the Boar might be better. I think the second best that you can go for here is like offensive ability, defensive ability, or like just attributes. Like Purging of the Wolves is actually like really, really good, right? Because it has rest and attributes. But I don't need the rest, so maybe I go for this instead. More attributes. Don't sell your component, what the hell? Since I didn't craft a anti-venom salve, I'm just gonna like put a scavenge plating here. This is something I would usually never use. And you just wanna like use it for crafting. But I don't need the poison rest, I don't need to like craft it, and this is still like base flat armor, which as I said earlier, is 6 times better in the belt than anywhere else, so you always put this in the belt. But like you always prioritize putting gear or like components with armor in your belt over other slots. Like not percent armor, but like flat armor only, right? Percent armor doesn't really matter where you put it, but for flat armor it needs to be on belt or like rings or amulet or metal, just not on the actual armor pieces. Which devotion do I plan to link with Dreeg? I might go for... I'm gonna try and think like Guardian's Gaze early. Obviously you're gonna get the Rumor, and obviously you're gonna get Tainted Eruption later on. But also Manticore.
The emissary.
Yeah, welcome on, Polo. But I'm like a bit question mark about the Guardian's Gaze devotion. Yeah, Manticore is also nice, for sure. Like Manticore and Murmur are definitely like must-haves. What does Manticore need again? I think Manticore like actually needs less than... Where's Manticore here at? 4, 6. Yeah, it's actually easier to get there than Murmur, right? Like you don't need Eel for that. I mean, Eel is still nice to get early because I like the movement speed and like the pierce thrust, which is not that easy to get actually.
Come see what's left of Wares. See you around.
But yeah, if you have like if you don't need the movement speed, I can see just like rushing Manticore be better. If you do go for Eel, then I guess whether you pick up like Murmur first or Manticore first doesn't really matter all too much.
Anything you like?
I just joined the Dreeg faction, right, because it's kind of thematic. It's not the only reason though. You also get a movement emblem or rune, whatever you want to call it, right? That's kind of like an augment that you can like put on your medal from these factions. And the faction that you choose, you're gonna be like friendly with all of them, but the one that you choose is actually gonna be friendly instantly and not just tolerated, which opens up the faction like shop, like the first window here. So depending on like which movement skill you want to use, right, they have like different ones. You should probably like honestly choose the faction depending on like which movement skill you want like early. I mean, you can also like choose it for lore reasons or for whoever you think looks cool or whoever has the biggest personality or whatever, but
the skies with our
yeah.
seers sing.
Okay, there is an item that I want to get, right, in this act. It's like around Infernal Wastes. So there's like two things I could do, right? I could complete this act until Infernal Wastes, farm the item, and then like leave this place and like continue here. I could try to get the offhand, which is a fucking pain to get. The offhand sounds like a lot of... Oh my god, the Dreeg offhand is like so bad to get, right? Because if you like level more, it's gonna be even harder to get it later, right? Because you might like outlevel the area and then not even be able to farm it anymore, right? Like that offhand acquisition like sucks so hard right now. So what I just did is like I reset the game to basically make everything respawn. And I want to do that because I want to go to the area where I can get the offhand, farm the Grobles, like the Venom Monsters and the Witch Doctors, and hope to get the offhand like right now. Because if I level further, then I'm probably gonna like outlevel this area eventually, and I mean, it's already kind of out-leveled, to be fair. I think it's either now or in the next difficulty, right, when I get this offhand. It's kind of crazy how hard it is to get it offhand. The global toxic effigy. Like, it's not hard, like not difficult, but it's annoying. And takes a long time. And restrictive, right? Because it's only a certain like level range where you can even get it. I mean, later on it's gonna be like way easier to get it, but like at this point it's just like really annoying to get it. Yeah, you can also store the movement augment in shared stash, that's true. So like whenever you die in hardcore, for example, then you could like reuse them as soon as you get access to the stash. That's a good tip. Yeah, the drop rate is infuriating compared to like how easy it is to get some other items in this game, to be fair. But some like Xantile buffed like the drop chance of all boss related monster frequencies to 100% guaranteed, right? But like some others are. And that's the reason why in the leagues, right, we added like global shaman bosses, like one for each effigy, and put them in like the appropriate areas, like thematic areas for them. Because this shit is just... Usually Grim Dawn respects your time, like very nicely, and like progress feels good. But this is just boring as hell, I gotta say. Not true for MI? What do you mean? What is not true? Can you increase the projectile range? Is this short? I think this is fine. Maybe I like... Yeah, I'm like throwing it into the ground sometimes, maybe that's why. Spent 5 hours to farm Alexander's of Solar's Menace, you got 0. Well, you were like farming for a specific suffix, right? That's why you got 0. That's not like the same. I mean, the Nemesis stuff is like 50-50, right? They have like 2 different pants. I mean, everything that can like drop more than one monster frequent has like a combined chance of 100%. So they still like drop 100% of the time. But if they have like more than one, it might be one item or another. What the hell, man? The thing is, I'm gonna get like a sky effigy here, right? Because sky effigies are easy to get from like this place here, right? If you're playing a shaman and you want to play like totems, then getting a global sky effigy is really nice. And also way easier than the toxic
Good,
effigy.
you're back.
Hi Sorox, thanks for the prime. Welcome back, welcome back. I appreciate the 8 months. How you doing, man? Okay, maybe these guys drop it. I don't think they have it in their hand. Usually, like, see the enemies actually, like this guy has an effigy in his hand, right? But he's a Storm Seeker, so of course it's gonna be a Storm effigy. Yeah. But even, oh my god, he like Thunderstruck of Thunder as well. Like, holy fuck. Shaman bias. Why does Dreeg have to feel so miserable compared to that? Disgusting. Dreeg's evil effigy, yeah. The effigy is already like evil and doesn't drop for you. Imagine if I was pets. Yeah, then I would have like no monster frequent. To be fair, I don't like need it necessarily. Oh, Salazar. Well, true, yeah. That's actually easy, right? You just kill him once and you have it. True. You're right. There's Salazars, yeah. You just kill him once and you have it. I mean, same for this, right? You just kill him once and you have it, usually. Actually, he doesn't have a 100% drop rate. I think it's like 50% on that guy. But yeah. Got a 7 100, finished ultimate, starting Necro and Occultist now. Nice. That one's good, Andre. Gabalas is a great class, yeah. Especially for pets. Not beginner because you need to farm. I mean, you don't need to farm. The problem is just like if I don't farm now, when the hell is gonna be my next chance to get this effigy? Just like never? To be fair, I might as well just like go for the effigy from the leaf mains instead. Because by the time I get this offhand, I might as well just like get all the way to Ugenborg, right? Like, it's just stupid. I'm gonna check out the camps over here too. Extra spawns because I progress infamy. I mean, it's true. It's actually true. Maybe that's gonna help. The Grobus and FG drop a different one. Honestly, the Grobus and FG might be... Oh, never mind, you just gotta complain. Just get it. Just complain, then you get it, right? Okay, here it is, right? Robotoxic effigy of Blight, even. That's not too good. Not too bad, actually. Of Blight is additional poison damage. So yeah, this is the item you want. You farm it and then you have it. And then you just get it, right? That's what we want. Now we can continue over here. We get our scepter that we want. The title doesn't say beginner. Yeah, that's true. It says fresh start. I mean, it's the same thing, more or less. 275 physique for this. It's a lot of armor, actually. I'll just set it. Like, otherwise I'm gonna like keep looking at the ring. Next 20 times I'm at the shop and still not equip it. So might as well just sell it. Okay, I mean, so we have more damage now. Acceptable damage. There is the current valley. They don't. There's no toxic shamans there. They only drop sky effigies there, I think. Like in the valley, you only get sky effigies. In Tyrant's Hold, you get the stone effigies and the ember effigies. I think toxic, like literally only get in Act 1, right? Around the spot that I just were in. And these guys here, they like drop sand effigies and something else. Like some other like toxic effigy, but not the actual toxic effigy. But like another acid one. Which would also be okay, I guess. But isn't it like... I think one of them is for grasping vines and the other one for bloody pox, I think. I mean, it might be like Acid Bloody Pox, which is not too bad. Okay, level 20, we can use a Vitriolic Gas down now, which is gonna boost the damage significantly. Yeah, this feels better now. Sure. You wanna like one-shot all these white mobs. Yeah, you can't really like upgrade the effigy, that's true, before Elite. But you don't have to. You can just get a different like a different offhand from the Yetis and Udenborg. Yeah, no, I mean, there's the different global clans, right? And you get the you get the effigy that belongs to the respective clan. Dude, this is the Shaman Seed. This guy has a Storm Halberd. First effigy, now the Prime Strike weapon, like back to back at level 20 already. Holy shit, dude. The Shaman Seed. You can't even get the Leaf Main Horn early if you're lucky with the Savage Totems. True. That is a possibility, actually. We're gonna do like all Savage Totems that we encounter, for sure. We might even get the Yeti effigy earlier. Are there like venom monsters in the swamp? I mean, maybe, yeah. It might actually be true in East Marsh. Definitely like the death effigies though. Pew pew pew. Yeah, like these guys, right? These watchers with the halberd. Just don't ever get hit by them. They just hurt too much. If you're a caster, at least. They will fuck you up. Yeah, I need some dynamite for swamp. You can't just like go there right away. That is also correct. And the mobs there are like level 30 plus, I think. So like going there at level 20 is also very, very rippy to be fair. Cannot recommend. One good thing about Forgotten Gods is you're getting devotion shrines like top, left, right, and center. Did another Herbert? Oh my god. So that's nice. You need greens for both of these, right? You wanna get... I think Spider is just the best early game, honestly. Because it gives you attributes and constant speed. Later on you could also play something like Raven for offensive ability, but at this point it's just better to get the Spider. Okay. Against bosses, don't forget your curse. I'm gonna like put just 1 point there, because it gives you like vitality resistances, and once you have like gear with like +1 to all of your skills, for example, you're gonna get like more value out of the 1 point there, like without further investment. Remind you where all the extra skill points are. So you get extra skill points from Hidden Path. You don't have to do Hidden Path on every single difficulty. It matters only in Ultimate, really. Because if you do it in Ultimate, you get all the skill points from Normal and Elite as well. Then you have skill points in the Shattered Realm. You get, I think, all the skill points if you do Shard 25 or higher. And then the expansions, right? They give you like some more skill points. If you full clear, like there's one in the Fleshworks where you have to like get the quest from like a witch in Coven, where you meet the Mind Reaper or something like that. Like, no, not Mind Reaper actually, but Alostria she's called, right? The person that possessed you in the trailer. You can fight her there, and then, well, you get rewarded by skill points. And then Messenger, and I think like Dravis and Messenger and Forgotten Gods give you like skill points too.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Like skill or attribute points. Okay, I really don't need the poison rest, right? Like I don't need that much at least. I really don't. There's a checklist on Grim Tools actually, right? You can go to grimtools.com and there is a tab called the checklist. We're here, and you can upload your character here, and that's gonna like check which quests you have done and which ones you haven't done. Like out of the important ones that you need to get like skill points and attribute points. Okay.
See you around. More scrap metal.
Actually, I might want to have one of these after all. No. What do I put in gloves? I can put like spellwoven threads In gloves for casting speed and defensive ability, that's kind of nice. Could start using soul shards even. Yeah, let's do that. And then chest, I mean, let's just put this for now. I think the chest is not a good one anyway right now. Offhand. I could put Mark of Dreeg. That's honestly not too bad either. But I think it's also like another one that you want to use if you like actually aren't spamming, but rather... Well, okay, let's try it then. It's like another... Wait, what? Did they change this? Oh, it's a proc now. Oh, hey, that's way better. Holy shit. Right, they changed this. They changed like some of the components. This is way better than before. Okay, yeah, you kind of like always want this now at level 15 plus. That's huge. Which actually makes Manticore worse to go for early game now. It's interesting, because like Manticore has like reduced resistances, right? Like reduced targets resistances, but this proc also has that. I mean, this one has 15%, which is higher than level 1 Manticore, but it's lower than like maxed out Manticore. But that just kind of like makes you want to go for Manticore later. Even more so than before, I think. Interesting. Yeah, I think I'm totally fine like going for Murmur first then. Also give her this fabric. She's gonna make us a chest, which actually is kind of good, so let's use it out. But yeah, still no good component. I could craft something for the chest, but it's not really worth actually for that slot, I would say. And we take away some of these to like a soul shard. Now, where do I go? What do I do? I got another devotion point for Spider, I guess. Cool. Why did I go back? Dude, I'm like tired today. I don't know what I did or why I went back. Oh yeah, because of the metal, I think. Yeah, to change the component there. Your Gladgrim Dawn tends to go towards less micromanagement. Ellie should do the same. I think Ellie has really good quality of life as well. Okay, so like the eyes that are like going outward in a ring around me now are from the component. And actually I could use even 2 of this right now to like increase the chance of this happening, right? Ah, interesting. That's really nice. I feel like they should increase the percent acid damage on this, though, to like 50%. 50% acid and poison damage. Because the vitriolic is still like 25 plus 75 from the aura. So even with like 50 it would still be higher. Which makes sense because it's only an aura without a proc on top, but... Same procs have a shared cooldown. They don't actually, no. You can like get 2 of these and it shouldn't, like it's gonna have like independent from each other like chances to attack. I think what doesn't stack is the like debuff and like the dot over like damage over time from the same skill, but otherwise I'm pretty sure like the chance should double. Or well, it's like not doubling the chance for the skill, it's like 15% chance each like individually, so you could like have a lucky roll where you like proc both at the same time even. I think it should work. If I get another one of those, I do have another one. I should just like try it actually. Okay, give me 1 sec. Let's try it out. Like, okay, maybe don't try it actually because the vitriolic is like really expensive to craft right now because I have like almost no Mutagenic Ichor, right? But I'll have another scepter soon anyway, the Crimson Scepter, so we can just put the second component on that one, like check it out then. Do you recommend killing Laria or leaving her alive? Doesn't really matter all too much. If you keep her alive, you get a rare material. If you kill her, you have like another boss you can farm for Ugnenborg, Chill Strife, Storm Strife, and Flame Strife. But if you're not interested in either of those three, then I would not kill her. Like, I would only kill her if you wanna like farm her for those items, which you can also farm from Janaxia, the other witch. I think the Laria, like the walk to Laria is a bit shorter than to Janaxia though, so it's while you can farm Janaxia for the strifes as well, I think farming Laria is like slightly more efficient. That would be like the only reason to kill her. If you don't kill Laria lore-wise, Baron will kill her anyway. Yeah, but you can't farm her, right? That's the thing, like lore-wise, they maybe still kill her, maybe they don't. It just says like there's a body there, like maybe they've like used another body. And she just escaped. Netty Arcanus is fine. Also, Wyvern, welcome on. Can I ask what's a good support class for Necro? Depends what kind of Necro are you playing. I think there's many ways to play classes in this game. Like, are you playing pets? Are you playing caster? Pet? Shaman or Occultist are both great. Like, one of those two, basically. What's up with the Ugnenborg fetish? It seems like there's one item in the game. Right, Ugnenborg fetish. Oh yeah, right. But there's two quests. Yeah, because there's like one quest for when you are sided with Bearholm, there's one quest for when you are hostile with them. But you're never gonna have like both quests, right? You can only have like either or. But they're probably like coded as like different quests. Which stats should I look for to get high DPS? Resistance penetration only. I mean, it's there's like many different ways to scale damage right in this game. First of all, you want like to obviously put skill points into your skill, but I mean that's kind of obvious. Then you want to get like percent damage of the damage type that you're dealing, right? So like if you're dealing poison damage or acid damage, you want to like make this number go up. Then of course you want to get resistance reduction, like for example for poison or vitality vulnerability. Kind of like as much as you can from like your classes as well as devotions. Then maybe, and then you want to like look for skill modifiers, right? And so like you want to get items that specifically buff the skill that you want to play. Like for example, this effigy gives me more weapon damage to Dreeg's eye. So like look for items that have like this or similar stats. Ideally damage related. And then also there's crit, right? So the higher offensive ability you have, the higher your chance to crit is. And of course, the higher your like crit damage is on your page here, the more extra damage your crits are gonna deal on top of like the base crit. And some skills have like also built-in crit damage in the skill itself, so those are gonna like be scaling even better with offensive ability. And then another way to make your percent damage values actually go up, it's not just like by getting more like acid damage, for example, like this, but also if you're applying a magic damage build to get more spirit, And if you're playing a non-magic build like physical, pierce, internal trauma, and bleeding, then putting points in spirit and cunning is gonna scale your like non-magic damage, where spirit is like for magic damage. So those are like pretty much all the ways you can stack more damage, I guess. Yeah, pretty much. Oh yeah, and of course, if you're usually like all the skills in Grim Dawn deal more than one damage type, right? Which is good early game when you don't want to like invest into like resistance reduction too much for like enemies that are resistant to whatever damage you're dealing. But eventually, to like scale your damage properly into endgame, you want to like try to convert all of your damage to like the damage that you're actually scaling. So getting conversion so that you convert all other damage that's not of the damage type you want to deal to the damage type that you want to deal, that you're scaling, is like another way to, of course, like boost the damage of your skill. And then as well, of course, if your skill is cooldown based, getting cooldown reduction is good. If your skill is like casting speed based, getting casting speed is good. If your skill is like attack speed based, getting attack speed is good. Is DLC out? No. If you have two items that convert damage on a skill, how can you tell one which takes priority? If they're both like on skill modifiers to that skill, then they will happen simultaneously, which means they will split their conversion. Say you have an item that has 100% vitality damage converted to acid to Dreeg's Evil Eye, but you also have another item saying 100% vitality damage converted to fire to Dreeg's Evil Eye, right? Then, even though both say 100%, it's gonna basically scale the conversion down to a total sum of 100%, so in that case it would like be split 50-50. Petkabadas has been fun for lazier kind of playthrough. Sucks that the servant from the Dirge relic is fitting, but kinda sucks. Didn't they buff that one like last patch? At least the HP or something? I mean, the skeletal golem is kind of like supposed to be more like a tank, I guess, for your skeletons and so on. So it's not designed to be like super high damage, but I think it also like sucked at tanking, so all I know is they buffed it. I don't play pets that much myself. So I don't know if it's like worth playing now or not, but definitely got buffed. Yo, Ground Zero, how you doing? Dreeg's Evil Eye? I mean, DE got buffed, right? Like, once again. Every time I play, like, spam Dreeg's Evil Eye, I just want to play, like, cooldown Dreeg's Evil Eye. Kinda. I gotta, like, do another run with cooldown. I mean, this is not bad at all, though. Like, this used to be way, way worse. I think it's kinda fine. If you want to trade or buy gear online, can I pay with in-game iron? What? You can play with whatever they accept, I guess. That's not for me to decide or to answer. I have no idea. I mean, I think the most common currency used to be like Udon Blooms, because those were like a pain to farm. Real iron, like IRL iron, yeah. Yeah, you gotta like send them like some iron bars in real life. RMT, more like RIT, right? Real iron trade. Cooldown? Did cooldown this? I don't know. Cooldown Dreeg's Evil Eye is just playing this. It's the same as playing Cocktail, right? Which is really chill. I should like actually leave this place maybe, or like leave the range of the Watcher Clubs at least. Blooms are still the currency in Discord trades? Okay. The Bloom Mafia.
Come see what's
And I doubt they're gonna like accept channel points, right? Like channel point Ugden Blooms. Now you can try, but probably not. Malduin's Cloth. This is like a Dreeg's Evil Eye item, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Rare epic item that maybe might be usable, but probably not. Because by the time you can equip this, you're gonna find like a better like monster frequent chest anyway. And then you're gonna play that one instead, right? Cooldown Promise Strike. I mean, with Cooldown Promise Strike I can understand, because like base Promise Strike and Cooldown Promise Strike have basically the same AoE. I mean, Cooldown actually has better AoE, but not like that noticeable. With Dreeg's Evil Eye, the cooldown has like way better AoE. So, I should like curse this guy. And if you have cold, like bad cold res, he can actually like just kill you if you like get shotgunned by projectiles here. There is no like shotgun reduction and Grand Dawn like in PoE 1. At least not on enemies. So you might just die. Sheltering of Thorns. I mean, the reasons why I'm like going into these places, right, as you can see on the map, I'm like just trying to get like every single shrine. That's like the main thing we care about here. If you go for Spider, you want to get the casting speed node first, right? That's obviously great for caster. If you're playing attack speed based character, you want to get the attack speed node first. And then, well, either the Spirit first or the Cunning first, depending on like what you're scaling with. But eventually you're gonna like finish the Spider anyway. Would the idea for cooldown Promise Strike be to stack dots? That's one of the ideas you can do with it, yeah, for sure. You can stack Electrocute or Bleed as well. Right now I think Bleed is gonna be kind of bad for Promise Strike stacking, but I have a feeling in the expansion with Onslaught stacks and like Berserker being a thing, like Bleed Promise Strike Mystic could actually be like pretty good. But for like, for campaign and leveling, I think the most important stat is usually to get like good AoE clear on a reasonable cooldown, or even just on no cooldown. Which is why like, most of the time you're gonna end up like playing spam Promise Strike for leveling. But I mean, you don't have to. If you don't care about like full leveling speed right away, then play however you like, right? I'm playing vanilla right now. No mod, no playtest, nothing. Same time zone, where am I from? Take a guess, I guess. Malformed Effigy is a very nice, like, random epic drop that you can get that is a very, very good substitution for Global Toxic Effigy, actually. If you don't get Toxic Effigy, or like you don't want to invest the time farming it, you can still get lucky and like get Malformed Effigy, which as you can see is like poison damage related and +1 to all skills to Occultist. So, well, not as many points to the first part, but like it's gonna like give you more points to all the other nodes as well, which is kind of nice too. I got season 7 tags on my stream, yeah, that's a bait. I mean, I can still bait people in here, right, and then like write this, or like this, or post the... I should like add this link in here actually, right, if you want to play like the best mod ever for Grand Dawn. Click on this link, right. Okay, where the hell is season? Wait, what the fuck is this pasta? I just realized. What is this pasta, dude? This should be like season 8 now. Let's just change that to season 8, I guess. Rip Panetti? No. Imagine dying, dude. Imagine dying in a video game. Would never happen to me ever, right? I definitely never died in this game. Now, Panetti's just on the bench, because the main goal was to play only with normal difficulty. With a bunch of, like, generic, like, good skills for, like, a single class. To, like, compare them. To then eventually update all of my, like, how to level X mastery, but like, build guides on YouTube. Because while most of them are, like, still somewhat accurate, they could be a bit better at this point, I feel like. And it could be a bit more, like, expensive too. Covering, like, more playstyles. Because honestly, I think the, like, gap between the old, like, ideal way to level and, well, some different ways to level classes are, like, the gap is a lot closer now, like, a lot smaller now. Like, Dreeg used to suck absolute ass. And now it's... Honestly, I feel like Panetti is actually a bit better. But it's acceptable now, I would say. I think, like, cooldown gotta be better though. I don't know. We'll see. I'm also getting, like, a gear upgrade here soon, so maybe it's gonna be a lot better in a couple of minutes. It was absolute ass, now it's just ass. I don't know, don't you like ass? You could either do transmitted Dreeg Live for leveling, but it was, like, okay. I personally liked Ox with, like, Fevered Rage more, to be fair. You just had to, like, be a bit careful, but it was actually faster. Even for hardcore. But yeah, obviously Fevered Rage can be a bit sketch for hardcore as well. Is it possible to merge League with the expanded stash mod and play completely offline? I mean, technically merging any kind of mod is possible if you invest the time. The mod is out there, right? And it's free for you to combine if you want to. Expanded stash mod is like an actual mod, right? It's not just like something like item assistant, like it's an actual mod. So you have to use the actual modding tools to combine the mods. Yeah. It's not like a third-party add-on that you can like extract real quick and put in a folder and it's gonna work. You have to actually like combine the mods fully. Which in that case should be rather easy, because like the expanded stash mod is not gonna have like a map, for example, or like new classes and so on. Like Dawn of Masteries, for example, would be like a lot harder to combine. I think if it's stash mod, like if you read a bit, right? I know reading, right, it's kind of crazy, but if you read like how to mod a bit, you're gonna like probably get it to work in like maybe a week. I say a week because technically it should be really fucking easy, but Grindel modding is giga scuffed. Technically it's easy, but it's also not.
See you around.
Worst mastery to start with is...
Need something broken down?
Worst mastery is... What do you think, chat? What's the worst mastery? Inquisitor? Oathkeeper? I think Oathkeeper is a very hot contender. Like, Oathkeeper becomes very, very strong once you can skate, but before being able to skate with Wire Smite, it's pretty hot dog shit. Like, before you can do Wire Smite with low cooldown, it's just terrible. Hate the scaling of Inquisitor. Yeah, Inquisitor is really good like early to mid game, and late game it kind of falls off unless you play the proper runes. I think like Rune Inquisitor is the best right now. They buffed like many things in Inquisitor 2 though, so I have to like revisit Inquisitor as well. Might be the next class after this Occultist that I'm gonna check out actually. Also, I think Caster Necro is... I mean, it's okay, but I feel like it's gotten... I mean, I gotta like play it again. It used to be absolutely cracked. Like, Caster Necro used to be like one of the fastest, or like best, with like Ravenous Earth. But it got nerfed a bit, and pretty much everything else got buffed, so... I think Pet Necro is a lot better than it used to be though. Like, Pet Necro is really, really nice to start with now. Yeah, it's probably still fine though, because like it shotguns, it's just so much damage. And they also buffed like Bone Harvest and so on, so like, they buffed like all skills in Necro, except for Ravenous Earth, and I think the Ravenous Earth is like still the best for leveling. Unless you maybe play Pets, I guess Pets might be better. Inquisitor Word of Pain with Messenger's Repeater is kind of funny. Oh yeah, like Pierce Inquisitor with Word of Pain is interesting, yeah. True, true, true. It's like pretty good AoE actually. That should actually also be very nice with Berserker. Dude, the more... At first I thought Inquisitor isn't gonna be like that interesting with Berserker, but it's actually probably one of my favorite combinations now, like at least right now. Might change, I haven't tried like everything yet. But right now it's surprisingly good. It's surprisingly diverse. So, in the expansion, at least in the playtest right now, I don't know if it's gonna like stay like that. But there's an item that you can get from Ramzul, right? Like Ramzul has no mods in Freeprint right now, but he's gonna get like 2 in the expansion. And one of those gives you permanent Lightning Bird. And permanent Lightning Bird means... Well, it means you're getting conversion to Lightning Bird, right? You're getting Pierce and Code to Lightning conversion. But the funny thing is, like, if you get conversion on a transmutation, then it's not just for the skills of that transmutation, but it's for all skills, as long as you are in that transformation. But you're permanently in the transformation, so... You can't just play like Lightning Rune of Agrad, for example, on top of the Raven skills. Which is kind of crazy, in my opinion. I think it's really, really fast leveling. Like way faster than this right now for sure. I mean, Inquisitor and Berserker is actually kind of easy. It's just a rune keeper, right? A keeper of the runes. And I mean, you play runes as Inquisitor. Not always, but many times. I'm gonna confuse like Primalist and Mystic a lot. Like, cause Primalist, cause I also like played Last Epoch, right? With Primalist, I'm thinking of like Last Epoch Primalist, which kind of looks like a shaman. So I'm thinking like it's Shaman Berserker, but it's not. Right, Primus is Occultist and Berserker. So that was always like a bit confusing to me. Whereas Shaman is Mystic, which fits the caster side of Shaman pretty well, but if you're like a two-handed melee dude with like Primus Strike and stuff, being called a Mystic is a little weird to me. That's just how it is, I guess. Okay, I guess we do play this chest for now, because I didn't get a better one so far, but might change soon as well. Okay, I'm actually kind of happy I'm not getting to Bloodgrove anytime soon right now, because I've literally 0 Poison Rust. Chaos Rust, rather. And I do like this new proc from Mark of Dreeg now. Like, it being a proc instead of having to use this actively is way nicer. Way better. So I kinda wanna, at most, only use like 1 Imbued Silver for Chaos Rust. What am I doing? Which means only 20% Chaos Rust instead of like 40, so I will need to like get Chaos Rust more so on like Devotions or Gear. Which is not gonna be that easy. Serve the tree. What?
Hello again.
Attack damage converted to health. Oh yeah, we're slowly but surely like digging deeper or like diving deeper into the iceberg of Grim Dawn mechanics. So attack damage converted to health is basically like another word for lifesteal. And attack damage converted to health, if you get it on gear or like devotions, is gonna be added to your character sheet over here at the end of physical, right down here. This lifesteal here is not actually called lifesteal, it's attack damage converted to health. Like literally everywhere, except for on your fucking character sheet where it says lifesteal, for whatever reason. And also this lifesteal here only applies to skills that have % weapon damage. So if your skill has no weapon damage, it can't use this lifesteal here. However, there are skills that have the same wording, like attack damage converted to health, for example, in the skill already. And this works even without weapon pool skill, even without weapon damage. So Sigil, for example, is gonna heal you for like every time it ticks with the flat damage. Right, it's a duration skill, so like it ticks every second-ish for 50 flat vitality damage. And this matters because you cannot leech off dot damage, right? Like vitality decay over 2 seconds is gonna deal damage, but it's not gonna leech, right? Only flat damage can leech in Grim Dawn and not dot damage. And similar to the built-in life leech on Sigil of Consumption, you could get an item that has a skin modifier on it that adds, for example, like attack damage converted to health to, for example, Doombolt, right? And then, even though Doombolt has no weapon damage, it would still leech you because you have a skill modifier that like directly adds that stat to that skill. But yeah, you wouldn't benefit from like lifesteal that you get in other ways. Next Dreeg supply MI is a helmet from Forgotten Gods. There's also like a chest, I think, and shoulders and a scepter. There's a bunch of stuff in Forgotten Gods for Dreeg supply actually. did you hear when I said that if you haven't, like, this the thing I said about sigil and like flat damage and dot damage and leech? Did you get that? I have VODs on Twitch enabled, so you can rewatch the streams on Twitch. But I'm also streaming on YouTube, so I think YouTube VOD quality is generally better. You can rewatch the same stream on YouTube as well. And then like if you go to my channel and then like click on live streams, you can rewatch all of my live streams there as well. I personally think like Twitch is better than YouTube for the live experience. But I also know that like many people just don't like Twitch in general, so that's why I stream on YouTube as well. And you can, but like for videos or like for past live streams, like for anything that's video on demand and not live, I think YouTube is just better. Like Twitch videos on demand are also fine, and their clip feature is actually really good. I think the clip feature on Twitch is way better than like, for example, on anything that YouTube has to offer when it comes to that. But the actual like long VOD videos of like past streams, while I do have them enabled on Twitch, I don't think they're that good. I don't know why, it just feels bad. I have no idea why. Like I can't really like pin it down to why it feels bad compared to YouTube, but it just feels worse.
The camp, the primordial foe.
Yes.
I hear you've done some.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Yeah, so like attack damage converted to health will apply to flat damage, not dot damage. But you can, right? You can also like get attack damage converted to health to a skill on an item as a skill modifier. So for example, you could have like an item that has attack damage converted to health to Doombolt, and then Doombolt would heal you, right? For like whatever percentage you have of this flat damage of Doombolt. It would still not benefit from whatever lifesteal you have here, but it would still heal you because you get like direct attack damage converted to health via a skill modifier. Bat has like nothing to do really with like... Okay, so Bat is like a skill of its own. Actually, I mean, okay, so Bat is different nodes first of all, right? Like Bat is a devotion with like 5 nodes. Bat has this node here, right? This node here gives you 3% attack damage converted to health. This is a passive node, so like weapon damage. So it will apply here, and Bone Harvest has % weapon damage. So it will work, like it will give you like 3% leech for Bone Harvest as well. And then the active, right? The active is a different skill that procs, and the skill itself has 20% leech. It's not gonna give 20% leech to Bone Harvest, but the skill itself has 20% leech. And since this has like a 0.6 second cooldown, you probably rather want to put it on a skill that has, well, a lower cooldown than Bone Harvest. I mean, if you don't have another skill right now, that's fine, but just like generally it would be more ideal to put it on a skill with a lower cooldown. Or like a skill with no cooldown. Will somebody like I think asked earlier if like leech works for cadence? I mean, yes. A default attack by default has 100% weapon damage, and cadence, even though it only like affects the 3rd hit, obviously also has weapon damage. So yes. Life steal from your like character page here, like the weapon damage based life steal will work for cadence. Yeah, YouTube you can, that's true, like on YouTube you can like pause and like go back and forth way easier, which sometimes makes it a bit confusing for me as a streamer, because like sometimes people do that on YouTube and then like ask me something on YouTube about a topic that I talked about like half an hour ago and like what? or like maybe like a couple hours ago, like a couple minutes ago, right? And that sometimes like makes it a little bit confusing, like asking some questions that are being like asked on YouTube. It doesn't happen too often, but like I mean very rarely, but like sometimes I was like, wait, what? I talked about this like half an hour ago. I'm like, oh yeah, right, you can like go back in time on YouTube like easy, like way easier than on Twitch. And Twitch is like impossible to do that until the stream is finished, right? You can only rewind once the stream is finished. Yeah, Reaping Strike is a weapon pool skill from the Necromancer tree that has leech on the skill itself, but also has weapon damage. So it's gonna leech a lot because it already has leech on its own, and it's gonna get like your character like weapon damage, like character sheet leech on top, right? I mean, it can still be unreliable because it has only like a chance to proc and doesn't have like a 100% chance to proc, but yeah. Okay, I gotta make my way to Infernal Waste finally. Like, what the fuck am I doing here? Focus on pets. Oh, yeah. I mean, playing like hybrid, like player damage and pet damage is something you can do like for normal difficulty. It's gonna be like fun. The problem in Grim Dawn is like ultimately it's very, very hard slash basically impossible slash if you try it, it's gonna be always worse to like try to scale your own damage and pet damage, which is why like usually you have like a division between like pet builds and non-pet builds, right? Like if you want to like scale pets to endgame, you will have to basically go all in on them, or like it's more like efficient to go all in on pets, because like scaling your own damage and pet damage at the same time is it's just way harder, which means ultimately you're gonna end up having a worse build if you try to do that. But yeah. Also, another quirk about like Grim Dawn mechanics, right? If you, so like Twin Fangs says like main hand damage, right? You might think like, okay, it's like your main hand damage, right? And it leeches for you. But if you put Twin Fangs on a pet, it's gonna use the pet's main hand damage and it's gonna heal the pet and not you. But that only works if it's a true pet. If it's a player scaled pet, it's still gonna use your main hand damage and heal you, right? That was totally not confusing, right? That is some info overload indeed, yeah. Sorry. But it's like usually also the reason why if you're playing a pet build and you want to heal yourself, you will probably only like use something like Giant's Blood or Tree of Life to heal yourself ultimately. If you want to heal your pets though, it's totally like legit to like use something like Twin Fangs. But also you want to like use whatever has damage on your pet, because if you put it on your pet, it's gonna scale with the damage of your pet. And on a pet build, you're only gonna, like at least endgame, you're only gonna like scale the damage of your pets and not of yourself anyway. So if you were to put it on yourself, it will like deal 0 damage. And if it deals 0 damage, well then it also leeches for 0. So yeah. Like that's why kind of like regen and any kind of like passive procs for healing or like active heals is gonna be like the way to go for pets later on, like for self-sustain. PoE1 has even more complicated leech mechanics. Oh yeah, I guess so. I mean, PoE1 has a lot of mechanics in general. Did they do something to Dark One Conjurer with Stage of Consumption? I don't see Dark One builds anymore in the forums. It's still good, but it doesn't stand out as much as before. I would say, like, it got nerfed, I think, like, slightly at some point. And like other stuff got like buffed, and other stuff is like more interesting for people to play, and people maybe like also burnt out from like playing a Dark One over all these years. So at this point they're like, eh, do I really want to like play or like post about another Dark One build that already has been done and it's like either the same or like slightly worse than it used to be? Which is why like people don't post Dark One builds anymore. Even though they're still fine, but yeah, they don't stand out as much anymore as they used to. Like Dark One is still better than fucking Krieg set, I think. Like Krieg set is even worse, you could say. But even Krieg is like not even that bad. I mean, it's like bad compared to like the actual good builds, but it's also fine if you're like a new player, at least. And you don't want to like farm other gear. It's still fine. My Asthma's robes, I mean, it's like one of those blue items that you like have seen so many times already, but like never properly used it. And also like if you were to get like the full set, right, you would actually want to play it, but it's like level 20. And these epics, or like uniques in general, they don't drop that often on low levels, so... By the way, this is gonna be the boss that we're gonna have to farm here, and you can always see like what kind of weapon she has, and I can already see that I'm not getting the weapon that I want here. Because she has the Arcane Scepter, which is the like Aether Ray Scepter. So if you wanna like play a Lightning Aether Ray build, for example, you would be delighted now, but I will just have to reset my game, so this mob respawns, and then I can try again to get the weapon I actually want. Yeah, I mean, Dark One, if you like build a tanky, is still like a pretty decent like leech tank caster in a way. Not as tanky as like some like pure tank melee builds, but still very nice. It's like a tank caster in a way, yeah. Okay, where do I go? Here. Luckily, this run to this boss is not very long. Like, it's literally just like go into this cave and that's it. Or like into this temple, rather. The only strong Vitality caster is Ravenous Earth Oppressor. Like, the only like actual like really, really strong one. Maybe. I think like at some point also like Xantai nerfed kind of like all Vitality casters a bit. Because I think he generally wanted, okay, this is the right scepter, I want this one. He didn't like the idea of Vitality casters being tanky and high damage. Like, in his eyes, I think Vitality casters are supposed to be like, well, very high leech, so very tanky and can sustain very easily, but more on the like lower side when it comes to damage. Anyway, this damage is this item is gonna add a metric fuck ton of damage to my skill, as you can see, like almost gonna double my damage. So obviously we play it. And yeah, that's all to say about this item. It's just OP for this build, so you play it. And you could continue this act, but honestly, it's a little hard and you don't need anything else here, I think. Actually, you want a chest as well. Hang on, do we reset once again? Because the boss I just killed also can drop the chest that I want, I think. Let's try again here. Yeah, the main problem is actually like still AoE, which is why I usually like to focus gaze a bit more. But this is honestly kind of fun too. I wish Bloodburst gave you like a little bit more AoE, or like the base skill had maybe like 1 meter instead of like 0.5 meter radius, because right now it's like 0.5 plus 2 to 2.5, but I think like 3 would be better, like 1 base. Also, she got another scepter, the same that I just had, so maybe we get like another one here. Visage of Decay. Okay, that's not the chest that I want, right? This one has a... The Venom Claw is really good too, but I think it's more like melee and less caster oriented. Doesn't have as much casting speed as the Blight one. Is the spam really still better? I don't know. You can be the judge of that, to be fair. I'm gonna probably like try both. Like from fresh. Try it once again. Just go again, right? Go again. $8k HP at level 60 on a caster, good. That's solid, I would say. It's totally fine. I mean, I've seen higher, but that's fine. I've also like seen lower, that's for sure. And what is that, like around 120 HP per level? That sounds fine to me. They're not getting chest, what is this? You can drop like 5 billion monster big ones actually. You can like drop 2 different helmets or 3 different helmets even. I think 2 different chests. 2 different scepters. It's kind of crazy. Way too many items. What is it based on? It's just based. The channeling skills benefit from casting speed, yes. If you actually like read what the skill says, every channeling skill will tell you how often it takes per second and what casting speed will do to, like how casting speed will inflict like the influence the tick rate. There we go. Okay, that's the chest I want. Cleric's chosen raiment of protection. It's a very low armor chest, as you can see. I mean, it's a caster chest, but stats are good. Gives you +3 to Dreeg's Evil Eye as well. Converts it to Alcid, which is also good. So yeah. Goodbye Malduin's Cloth, I guess. Which, to be fair, is also not bad at all. Like, Malduin's is also very decent. Like, surprisingly decent, actually. But yeah. The 120 HP per level, it's just like a number that like people are throwing around due to like their experience with the game. I would say nowadays, at least for endgame, you rather want like 150 HP per level though, actually. There was like a patch where things changed a bit. Towards like more HP meta basically, because it's A, like easier to get HP now, and B, you have less physical resistance, so you need a bigger pool to like not die to like big physical hits. But that's like endgame talk. For campaign, I guess the stuff hasn't changed all too much for campaign, I think. Alright, is it finally time to proceed to the next act? I think so. We leave the Forgotten Gods behind for now, even though we didn't actually finish it. Just go and kill some outlaws. Welcome in, Ugor. Welcome. Glad you liked the content. Hello. Just started an Aether Ray run. Nice. Aether Ray is fun. Aether Ray is literally, I'm charging my laser, the build on it. I'm a firing my laser. Your brother leveled a character, but Dreeg's Evil Eye instead of familiar. He was like, what the fuck? Ah shit. No, why did I kill him? What the fuck? Oops. You monster streamer. Killing innocent people on stream. I mean, Familiar is actually also good for like early levels into... Like if you play Familiar and then Hellhound, I think Hellhound is actually like really good for leveling now. Used to also be kind of meh, but it's a lot better now. What happened to Panetti? Panetti is Panetti. Panetti is spaghetti. Yeah, Panetti is eating spaghetti right now. What's gonna happen with like he's still alive, like he didn't die. What's gonna happen like in the next couple of weeks is me playing a bunch of characters just through normal, probably like around to like level 50-ish. To like figure out how much like leveling has changed for like single classes. So I can kind of like update my how to level insert mastery here videos to be like kind of like Fangs of Astakarn ready, because I think that at least most of these classes or like most of these skills aren't gonna like change all too much going forward. Is there gonna be another endgame system in Fangs? Actually, yes. Fangs of Astakarn is gonna transform the entire campaign into one big endgame area where you have like many different like events going on here and there. The more I think about it, it might be comparable to maybe something like Helltide in Diablo 4. I mean, it's not gonna be like Helltide, but you know what I mean, right? Like transforming like not just like certain areas, but like the entire map into like hard content that spawns like additional stuff that you can do. I'm actually like not sure how hard like Helltide is in Diablo 4. It's probably piss easy because it's Diablo 4. It's gonna be harder in Grand Dawn, I would assume, like 100%. Yes. The endgame mode, the Ascended mode that they are adding is just like... It's gonna be a checkbox, just like Veteran is for normal right now. It's gonna be like a checkbox for Ultimate. So like Ultimate and Ascended mode, they're gonna like share a playthrough, they're gonna share like a map progression and so on. But Ascended mode is only gonna be playable if you're level 100. And, well, it's like a lot harder, but like better loot and special like events basically that can only happen there. Even like special bosses that you can only fight in Ascended mode. Some of the mechanics that you are gonna encounter in Ascended mode, you can get into your non-Ascended mode though as well, via the Altar of Ascension, I think, Ascension Altar, that you will encounter at some point in the Fangs of Astakarn Act, right? So you can then like go there, and it's kind of a like build your own campaign kind of thing, because you will be able to influence the entire map, or like the entire world. Like, I don't know, for example, make it more likely for enemies to kill you. But also on the other hand, drop loot that has, say, like maybe higher fire affinity, right? So if you're like playing a fire build, you will then have like a higher chance globally to get like more items with like fire affixes, for example. Stuff like that is gonna be like things that you can do with the Ascension Altar. That's like a risk reward kind of thing that you can put on top of the traditional campaign. But you can play Ascended mode to get like the endgame juice, and then you can also do use the Ascension Altar on top of the Ascension mode to like max juice everything, right? I don't know what's gonna be like the difficult ceiling there, we'll see, but it's gonna be very interesting. And I mean, max juice means you can probably also like fight Kalagaja on Ascended mode, right? which is gonna be like a lot harder than what she is right now in Ultimate. Since it's gonna like juice literally everything, like dungeons, Ubers, like everything that's... I think it might even like juice Shattered Realm actually. Like Ascendant mode, Shattered Realm. I mean... if they do this right, it's gonna juice like everything. But like you're gonna be able to like juice everything. And the cool thing is, this is kind of like new to Grim Dawn, right? Because before, you weren't really like all too much in control over like what you wanna juice and how you wanna juice stuff. And in PoE, you can do that more specifically, right? You can like roll rarity, like you can like put like you can like give your maps modifiers on top, right? In PoE style, of course, it's like very RNG, but I mean you can also like craft maps in like more deterministic ways in late game in PoE, right? And stuff like that was kind of like missing in Grim Dawn, right? You always had like just random modifiers in dungeons, which you couldn't control in any way or form. And those will probably still exist. But at least everything that you get on top now, you will kind of know what you're in for, right? Because if you put something in the Ascension Altar that like maybe like increases your loot chances, but makes enemies, for example, deal more poison damage, then you know all enemies are gonna deal more poison damage, right? So you kind of like mix and match and fine-tune the endgame to your liking in a, in my opinion, like way more interesting way than like just adding like 5 billion tournament levels would like Diablo 3 and 4 do. Thanks for the membership as well. I appreciate the support. Welcome on, welcome on. To the bloomers, to the YouTube bloomers. Appreciate it. It spawns all 3 Ravagers at once, let's go. Who knows? I mean, and also like whatever they aren't doing, right? Whatever Crate isn't doing, Stan and me or whoever would like to create some more crazy stuff for the league. We could maybe like twink around with on the leagues, right, and like create even more content. Since the Ascension Altar and like whatever it can do is gonna be like fully customizable via like Lua scripts apparently. Or at least like within the limits of whatever Crate gave us as like a playing field. So I think even though this engine is old and sometimes like really terrible to work with it, on the other hand, Crate has managed to like implement many things into this engine that make it very modular in a way. I mean, also not like Minecraft modular, but you can do many things with this in the future, like even more in the future. So like as long as you have like good ideas and as long as you know like Lua scripting and as long as you know how to implement your ideas, like whether or not they're gonna like work in the engine, yeah, I mean you're gonna like be able to do like a lot of stuff for sure, for sure. Anyway, talking more about this character, we have found a Runaprox thing from Runaprox, the wasp that we just killed. And this has another 36% more weapon damage to Dreeg and also +3 to Blood Burst, which is gonna give me like more AoE. Yeah, that's pretty nice. That is pretty nice. Level 32 though, like 4 more levels until we can equip it. We've been deciding for 4 days what the heck to play. I don't know, like just play whatever is cool, whatever you would like to play. I know Grim Dawn has too many choices, arguably. And it's gonna have even more choices with the next expansion. Gotta find like whatever you... Honestly, when I started playing this game, I just started playing with whatever fantasy I wanted to play. And I wanted to play some flippin' like dual-wield pistol Chaos Edgelord, so I just decided to play a dual-wield pistol Chaos Pyromancer back then. Which ended up sucking a lot, but it was still fun. And honestly, like dual-wield pistol Chaos Pyromancer is a lot better now than it used to be as well. Like, I mean, there's like a like an entire set for it now, like Dark Blaze set for endgame, and like generally there's way more builds that are viable now than there used to be like back in 2016. I mean, it would be kind of sad if it wasn't like that. Do you think it's going to be the end of the development support for Grim Dawn, or are they going to release something else after Grim Dawn? As for Grim Dawn after the upcoming expansion, I am pretty sure with like what they're doing for Frank Sebastian, which in my opinion is a lot crazier than what they did with Forgotten Gods, for example. It's definitely gonna be their last expansion, like definitely, because they need to. I mean, they're already like working on a new engine, right? At least like some of the people in their team are like working on a new engine, on which they wanna like make an RTS at like Grim Dawn 2 eventually, maybe next decade, right? But this will be like the last, I think, like full expansion that they're gonna make. That doesn't mean it's gonna be like the last patch, right? I mean, even Forgotten Gods got like, I think, for patches for at least like 1 or even like 2 years after release. So they're gonna still like add more content and try to support modders as well as good as they can in a reasonable manner. That also is like kind of, well, like reasonable for them. And otherwise, at some point then like eventually start focusing on like Grim Dawn 2. Like the second everything that's like especially like engine based is done for Grim Dawn thanks to Asakarn, the like actual programmers that they have, like engine programmers that they have, are gonna go back to like work on Grim Dawn 2 engine and not do anything for Grim Dawn probably, unless there's some bugs they need to fix. Whereas the designers, such as Zentai, right, they're gonna like keep pumping out content for Grim Dawn, like, or keep doing like some patches for Grim Dawn for like another like 1 or 2 years after release. That's like kind of what I would expect, like considering what they've done in the past. Don't forget Farthest Frontier. Yeah, they're also like doing that. Like Zentai is kind of like juggling between Grim Dawn and Farthest Frontier, I think, right now. Because I think for Grim Dawn, like, I mean, he's working on stuff, obviously, but he also needs to like tend to Farthest Frontier, and he also needs to like wait for like some features being completed by either artists or like programmers as well, or like map creators. I don't think like Zentai makes any maps himself. Maybe he does actually. I don't know. I don't think he makes that many. I think what's it called? Madeira, Grava, and a couple other people like have made some maps. Or I think it's like 2 or 3 people that make some maps. '10th anniversary for Grim Dawn. Yeah, I can see them like releasing a like 10th anniversary edition, 10-year anniversary edition for Grim Dawn, that being like the final version of the game, maybe. I mean, hell, that's gonna be like when? March or April? When was it the release? Like in 2026? It's gonna be like 1 year after Frank Sebastian release-ish, maybe. Or like less than that even. So I'm pretty sure they're gonna like at least support the game until their like 10-year anniversary. At the very least. Probably longer. But we'll see. Depends, of course, like how well Grim Dawn as well as the expansion sell, and how much they like working on the game, how quickly they're gonna be like burnt out, etc. Blah blah blah, right? Pew, 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 pew. This damage is really good now, not gonna lie. There's some other skills where you get like similar damage, but like with even bigger AoE, like Cocktail, for example, right? Actually, at this point, maybe not. need like the offhand from Steps of Torment first. To remember playing it in early access. Oh yeah, that was like... When was like the first build? Was it like 2014, 15? 15 at some point, I guess. The first like playtest build. Like the first early access build. So technically they're already like past their 10-year anniversary, I guess. That was a decent kill time, not gonna lie, that was totally fine. Actually, pretty good, yeah. I think it was better than Penalty, actually. I mean, it makes sense. It's a better single target skill than Penalty. So it should be better here. Okay, let's see what we have here. Movement speed. Slow rest HP. Do I need to fire rest? Not really, right? Honestly, I just cannot pick this for the higher armor. Helmet. Chaos Rest is good. I think that's actually more important than Aether Rest at this point. Also, these shoulders have Chaos Rest. Do I have some of the like actual good roll? This one is Menacing, which has even more Chaos Rest, and this one Ordered, which also has more Chaos Rest. I think we're gonna like use this one right now, and then like maybe switch to this one later. Also, Cronlace rings are always really good, and this one rolls celerity, so we are even getting like some casting speed on top, so that's, I mean, basically perfect. Switch it out for probably this ring, actually. But I do need the soul shards. Warden was final boss, yeah. I mean, like, initially the entire game was supposed to stop at the Warden, right? Like, initially this was supposed to be like a small project with like the Warden being the final boss of the entire game. Well, that was a long time ago. Do I have the Badge of Perseverance? I actually don't think so, no. It's like, I've tried the challenge like I think once or twice. But I didn't have the Perseverance, I guess. So I actually don't have it now. I should try at some point again. Maybe I'll try it like... if I have like some more spare time before the expansion hits at some point, maybe I'll do another run. But honestly, it's... I mean, it's a good challenge, but it's also a really grindy one. And even though I do like playing RPGs, honestly, I don't like grinding all that much. Which is weird, I know, but... Ah, this one is also possible on Occultist, actually. At what level can you get a Putrid Necklace with like +1 Occult? Maybe I can like just try to reform this right now. It might work already, like it might already work at this point. Oh yeah, this is another offhand, that if you don't get your global toxic effigy, if you don't have the perseverance to actually farm until you get it, you can use a Tome of Plagues instead. Which is not as good, of course, but fine. This is what you have to combine with the Miasma hood and robes. I mean, it's okay, I guess. Vinyl Score and leg plates actually have +2 to Terrifying Gaze. That's gonna be an upgrade as well. Tyrant's Step. Poison Rest is something we actually like really don't need. It's like the one rest you never need as an Occultist. Cause you just get it for free on the tree. Forjat, welcome. It's +1 at level 32. Okay. Now the question is like, does the hero scale high enough, right, or not? I'm gotta try it out, right? Because if not, then I guess you can only get it on elite or higher, like elite or ultimate. Oh well. Let's see. Do I have a day job? I'm actually studying computer science right now. Like I'm full-time studying computer science, and I do this as my like side job, I guess. Oh wait, what the hell? This is the wrong rift, right? Where the fuck am I going? Area doesn't scale after 16. Even the cave? Like sometimes the cave like scale higher. But you might be right, yeah. Masters? No, I'm doing like my 3rd bachelor. I wish. Oh yeah, this is level 11 stuff. Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're still getting an amulet, but okay, it's level 8 again. Okay, yeah, well, too bad. Where is Panini? Panini is Spaghetterini. I mean, not. No, Panini is, it's alive, but benched because I am not interested too much in like endgame right now, or like ultimate difficulty right now. I'm mostly doing these runs to just like figure out like how much better these like certain skills are for like leveling now. Obviously ultimate is part of leveling, but for now I'm just interested in normal difficulty. I do like ultimate later. Let's play this maybe? Yeah. The CC rest is just too good for now. Too good, too good. Achievement Hunter in real life, yeah. Not the most efficient, to be fair. Certainly not. I wanna play Run Prox, we can't play this. I mean, it's good if you like play Chaos, but can't do it right here. The only stuff that scales that high on normal is Astrakhan Rodent after. Yeah. Probably. In the league we made it so like all areas can scale higher because, well, also in the league we deleted Elite, so like I really think like in the base game you don't need to play Elite, and now like in the leagues it's even less so. So we just removed it completely basically. Which meant that we wanted to like scale normal / veteran higher, to be able to like farm certain items on higher levels. Okay. Do I have components in all my gear right now? I do. Okay, let's make another Grim Tools link. I'm slacking off the Grim Tools links anyway. So this is what I have right now. Level 29. Weird to see positive resistances after playing Titan Quest. Yeah, Titan Quest is ruthless with like resistances compared to Grim Dawn. I honestly think like Res and Grim Dawn are way too easy. But then again, if you pretend Elite doesn't exist and you go to Ultimate like at some point between like 50 and 70, it's fine. But early game is like so much easier than Titan Quest. Like it's not even real. Like it's not even close. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. Like Titan Quest, it's a grindy game. It's a very grindy game actually. Like Titan Quest is like as grindy as FoA, probably even grindier. It's actually crazy grindy. And I'm gonna make a leveling skill tier list. I don't know about tier list, because I ultimately think people should play whatever is fun for them to play and whatever like they want to play and whatever like fantasy they want to like play. But I'll of course also like comment on the speed. Like I want to have like the fastest for this playstyle, or like the fastest for this what you want to do here, right? Not like the fastest. Like I'm not gonna tell people to play like Dreeg Civil Eye if they want to play like Doombolt, right? I guess like leveling for Doombolt is like dog shit and you should never do it, but I'm not gonna tell people to like play pets if they wanna like play Dreeg Civil Eye, for example, right? I'm gonna say like, okay, if you wanna play Dreeg Civili, or like if you wanna play an acid caster occultist, this is what you do, right? If you wanna play a pet build occultist, this is what you do, right? Stuff like that. And then I could maybe like comment on like saying this is like a bit faster, this is a bit slower, but I don't think like a tier. I mean, okay, people love tier lists though, and tier lists are always good clickbait, so I guess I will do a tier list at some point, maybe. Like, even if half of the comments below the tier list are gonna be like, this tier list is trash, it's still like good clickbait and still like good content. Like, even if it's like rage bait content, it's still good content, right? Oh, I didn't upgrade my... update rather, my thing here. Also, my belt is terrible right now. Yeah, in Titan Quest you have to like, I think ring swap for like certain bosses. Because you just accept that you don't have like all rest capped. That's just like how it is, right? And you have to like ring swap for certain bosses and stuff like that. Which is one way to design an RPG. I can see that being a design decision that totally works if like game is designed around that. I am not necessarily a fan of it, but it's a way to do it. Yeah, good night, good night. Bob Shock, good night, good night. Gute Nacht, gute Nacht. Getting early game gear in Titan Quest, forgot about it. Dude, like... Hardcore Titan... Are you playing hardcore, by the way? Titan Quest enjoyer? Because, like, I mean, Kerplunk is playing hardcore, right? And obviously he knows the game very, very well. But he's not, like, a 20-year-old zoomer, so he still dies. So we always, like, say jokingly, like, his stream is like an Act 1 simulator, right? Because Act Long is so fucking long as well. And you get, like, no gear, and you have, like, no damage. Like, Act 1 is just brutal in Titan Quest. Like, Act 1 in Titan Quest, like, takes as long as, like, the entire Grim Dawn campaign. Not because it's, like... Okay, like, the maps are actually also pretty big in Titan Quest. I think, like, sometimes, like, a bit too big or, like, a bit too empty for, like, how big they are. So you have to, like, run a lot. But, yeah. Dreeg Civili is, like, penalty put acid. It doesn't split. Except it does once you have Vile Eruption, but it's like a different kind of split. So, in a way, it's similar to Penalty. However, you can play it with a cooldown, like make it into like a big bomb, basically, like a big poison bomb. Which I'm not gonna try today, but eventually. I'll try this also again at some point. I usually like the poison bomb actually a bit more than what I'm doing right now, but this is surprisingly good now, actually. This is really strong now, too. Like, they buffed us by a significant amount, for sure. Oh yeah, Ragnarok is also like a huge fucking act. And it's like mandatory act too, right? Like you can't like not do it, I think. I mean the other acts are like not mandatory, but Ragnarok is, I think. I mean, I really enjoyed my journey through Ragnarok. But I would not be looking forward to playing it through Ragnarok again if all I cared about was like getting to endgame. But I mean, I guess like getting to endgame in Titan Quest is also... Titan Quest is even more about the journey, I think, than Grim Dawn. Ragnarok kind of just ruined the game. If you think that, then Fangs of Astrakhan is probably gonna ruin Grim Dawn as well for you. Maybe. I mean, okay, I guess it depends also like how it's done, right? Like you can like break your current balance to like implement a different kind of balance. But as long as it's like done well, it doesn't ruin the game. I guess it depends like how you do it. And maybe the Titan Quest devs like went overboard too much. Like I haven't like played Titan Quest enough to like properly judge like how much Ragnarok like ruined or didn't ruin the game. I just played it and I enjoyed like playing it through the campaign like once, and that's pretty much all I did. So I don't have that much experience with Titan Quest, to be fair. You started a Contemplator run in Titan Quest? What is Contemplator? Is that like a difficulty or a class? Like a challenge or a class? What do folks think about Blade Masters? Alchemist Scythe with Blitz Shadow Step still good? I would play a Reaper for that instead, like Necromancer and Nightblade. Instead of Soldier Nightblade. If you want to play a Blade Master... I mean, Blade Masters are really, really good, but... I think dual wield is better on Blade Master than two-handed, usually. I mean, you can play, like, the side too. Like, you can play, like, cold two-handed Blade Master. Like, it's possible, I just think it's worse than Reaper. And I think there are better Blade Masters, like Pierce Blade Master, for example. Is just better, probably. Dream Night On class? Oh, I see, okay. So it's, like Eternal Embers even, right? What do you guys think about, like, Eternal Embers and what's the other one called? Atlantis? Like, I don't know too much about items, but I thought otherwise, like, Ragnarok was a pretty cool expansion. Has really been their match. I mean, I don't necessarily mean just like the areas, but like everything that the expansions brought. Like items, skills, classes. The cold duel right now, you would say like Saboteur or Infiltrator. Yeah, or Spellbreaker, I guess, as well. Yeah, those are probably like all better than Blade Master for cold damage, to be fair. And also Reaper. You can also do like dual wield Mana Reaper. It's a bit squished, but yeah, fine. Became too big and tedious. Yeah, I mean, the maps are just like very long. Like Ragnarok maps are like very, very long. Eternal Embers and Atlantis. I think Atlantis is way more compact. Atlantis had a pretty cool boss that I died to. Some dragon, I think. Naidan looked OP on paper. What happened to the Panetti Arcanist? He's fine, well, alive, still 55, like, pretty much ultimate ready. Has everything it needs to do in normal. Level 55 might be like a bit early to go to ultimate, but it might also be the perfect level at which to go into the Fangs of Astakon expansion whenever it comes out. Who knows? The main goal with like the characters that I'm playing right now, or that I played last week, or like I'm gonna play like probably in the next couple of weeks as well, it's kind of just like trying to find, or like seeing how like good certain like skills feel for leveling now, and like whether or not I can recommend certain skills for leveling, and like whether or not I can like can or should update my like how to level, insert mastery here guides. And Dreeg Civil Eye is certainly good enough now, I would think. Like, it's way better than it used to be. Like, for sure, for sure. This is more single target damage than Panetti, for sure. I mean, not surprising, but Panetti also like already felt like way quicker and way better. Super insane passives on Naidan. How did I miss the third page? Again. This last, like, happened to me last time too. Do we have a release date for the expansion yet? Nope, not yet. All we know is at some point this year. Wait, how did I already have that? What the hell?
See anything you like?
Slip, scale, leg wraps, another miasmas robes. Okay, what are these? Did I sell my pants that I had earlier, by the way? I think I sold them. Oops. Okay, this one gives me Terrifying Gaze +2. And Aetheress, so I'm just gonna use this, honestly. Like, this is really nice. Really good. My current gloves have very low armor, so I wouldn't mind an upgrade. But these have no casting speed, so... I mean, I kind of want to, like, have Celerity suffix or something similar. Anything that has, like, casting speed on the gloves. Actually, I think sold my pants that I had, right? That was bad. Oops. Yeah, well... Well, I mean, we can still play these, I guess, instead. Level 31, so like 1 level more. I lose some elemental rest, but that's fine still. I have like 15 overcap, and honestly, like on this difficulty, you don't need to overcap anything. You will need to overcap an ultimate, but right now, no. Sometime this year or the next. I'm pretty confident it's gonna be this year, for sure. Too toxic for Penetti. I'm playing toxic builds instead. Let's talk to Quaid.
Keep your weapon.
Okay. Change pants. Old ones are full of toxic waste. Actually, the pants that I just like deleted there are pretty good pants, like generic like leveling pants, so you probably shouldn't delete them. But oh well. The original design was really not designed for open world, so Embers definitely like felt like too much. Alright, wait, I didn't have to do the quest yet. Yeah, Grim Dawn was designed as an open world ARPG, actually. Grim Dawn was... It's kind of just like limited by the engine, otherwise it would probably feel more similar to something like Diablo 4, actually. Like more like an open world RPG, which is also why they have like the scaling that they have in the areas. Like why they have, for example, an ultimate like scaling to 100 in all areas. It's like a different approach. Grim Dawn has become like way more linear than they initially wanted it to be. But with expansions, it's actually not that linear, right? Like you can like go here or there. So they need also like dynamic scaling. Right, after Fort Icon you can go like here, or like to Estacarn later. Or like after Act 1 you can really like go to Forgotten Gods. So... Apart from Diablo 4, I would say Grim Dawn is like the most like open world RPG that I know even. Which I don't mind at all. I like that they're not just pretending to try to copy Diablo 2 and that's it. I think like way too many RPGs try to just be Diablo 2 and... I don't know. Grim Dawn tried to be a bit different at least. Grim Dawn has a better designed open world than Diablo 4. I mean, I didn't like play Diablo 4 much. I only played the like the beta, or like not the beta, but like the shortly before release, like beta weekends, right? The streamer weekend where like only streamers could play, and then like the other two where like everybody could play. And during those streams, when I played the game, I felt like the open world was, I mean, it obviously was an open world with like stories that were like that trying, that like people, like the developers like trying to tell there, but I don't know, most of them were like fucking boring. And in Grim Dawn, there's like many stories. Okay, there's like some that are like, or like maybe that are also like standalone stories, or like kind of generic standalone stories, but not that many actually. Like most, if not all, the stories almost somehow like have to do with like another story somewhere else. Like it's all like intertwined in Grim Dawn. In Diablo 4, it didn't really like feel that intertwined. Like maybe I didn't pay too much attention, like not enough attention, but Grim Dawn's world is just like built right, kinda, I would say. Like many things just make like perfect sense. And some of the events, like in some areas in Diablo 4, felt like almost like too forced, you know, like it didn't really like feel logical for like a certain area to have like a certain event. Like why the fuck would it be like that? Grim Dawn feels like a bit more natural. I mean, ultimately I didn't play the other Diablo acts, only Act 1, so I don't know how the other areas feel like, since I decided that Diablo 4 is not worth buying after playing the weekends, like the free weekends. At least not at the price that it was sold at the point. I don't know how much, I don't know how like much Diablo 4 costs now. Like maybe it's like worth buying at some point. But back then it didn't feel like worth for like what, $70 or something like that. Oh yeah, and then they also had like the buy, like pay more to like play early in the first season kind of bullshit. Like I don't know. I mean, I get it, it's like I guess nice to like keep down server costs, but otherwise. Okay, this is decent Voldrak damage as well. D4 is not worth any money. Yeah, maybe I'll like play it for free if it's like for free at some point again. Or like for $10 maybe, I don't know. PoE is a better deal than Diablo 4 I guess, but Grim Dawn is still the best. Yeah. To be fair, like PoE 2 is very far from finished. And in some cases, I think the Diablo, I mean PoE 2, or like PoE developers in general, I think are more guilty of like Diablo 2 nostalgia than like Grim Dawn or Diablo 4 devs are even. Like D4 is like trying something completely new, or like, well not completely maybe, but like definitely like new, they tried some new stuff. Grim Dawn tried some new stuff, and PoE 2... Okay, like the WASD stuff is obviously really nice, if you like WASD. I don't play WASD, so that's like not a new thing for me. The skill gem system, I think, is better than in PoE 1, actually in PoE 2, so, but it's like an old system refined. And many of the skills and like how the dodge roll works and so on is, I think, actually pretty well designed, even though it feels like a bit slow and clunky sometimes, but that's kind of just like when you have like low speed. But then again, like dodge roll is something that Diablo 4 did first, and WASD, I mean, does Diablo 4 have that too? Or did it have it before PoE 2? I don't remember. No, it doesn't. Okay. Okay, that's like an actual new thing then. Okay. And then what else? I mean, PoE 2 endgame feels very much like Last Epoch endgame to me. For some reason. That is an upgrade. Nice. Great. Oh, I gotta put a soul shard in the ring, right? I forgot about that. I have terrible vitality resistance right now. Lizard just needs to be fucked now. I mean... Yeah, I wouldn't like pay money for any Blizzard product really at this stage, or like in this year. Steel Heart Girdle. I mean, it's not good, but my current one is worse, so... Oh, Ares actually becomes a problem then. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. I'll probably still keep it, but I'll have to wait for another item with elemental resistances before I can use it. I have enough damage for now, like, let's be real. This is crazy damage right now. But ultimately, like, PoE 2 feels very much like a mix of PoE 1, Last Epoch, and in some cases even like Diablo 2 still. Which I guess it's trying, that's like literally what it's trying to be. So I shouldn't be surprised. I just think it's kind of crazy like how much it's like still sometimes tries to be like Diablo 2, like fucking ID scrolls, like why? Why do you need ID scrolls? I know there's like some trade stuff because like what's like there's like some reason, right, for because of trade and stuff, but I don't know. Feels like an ancient relic from another time. I guess, wait, didn't Diablo 3 also have IDing for like legendaries? Yeah, PoE 2 feels a bit like it doesn't know what it wants it to be. Yeah, I agree, because I feel like the devs like caved in a bit too much when they had like negative feedback about like, oh my god, it's not like PoE 1, I need PoE 1, right? So then they made like endgame be like PoE 1, but everything else is like how they originally like envisioned PoE 2 to be. Yeah, I don't know. But no ID scrolls, the villagers would have you pick up a million times more, I guess. Why? You can still only like carry so much, right? Like your bag is kind of small in PoE 2. What kind of damage should I be focusing building on a Tactician? I think Tactician can work really well if you play like Pierce ranged. Especially 200 Pierce ranged. You can also do physical.
Good, you're back.
GG God.
I guess you could also like try some elemental stuff, but Elemental Tactician seems like something that should be doable and should be good, but I think right now it doesn't really have like that good support. So I think Pierce is like the best. And if you have like certain items also physically can be very good. Digao, thanks so much for the 4 months. Welcome back. Thanks for Prime. How you doing, man? Appreciate the support. Welcome, welcome. This is a good helmet, right? Yeah. I'm gonna lose some Aetherus, but I mean, it's fine for now. I don't need the energy still, do I? But then again, apart from Runestone, which I can't craft yet because I don't have the blueprint, there's like nothing that I really want to use.
Come see what's left of my wares.
And it's a great game, sad it requires too much. Yeah, I think Ellie... I mean, I've been playing Ellie since like very early into early access. Like, not on the very first build it was public, but like the second or third build that was public, I started playing Ellie. And I really liked the game a lot, actually. I mean, I still like it, but it's like one thing that kind of pisses me off about it, and it's like slow as fuck development. Like, I know Grim Dawn is taking long with their new expansion, but like, holy fuck, Ellie is slow. And at least like Grim Dawn is doing like balance patches in between, right? Ellie is doing like fuck nothing, right? Like fuck all, it's doing nothing at all. It's like, how? Like, just hire one guy, right? Like, actually one guy who does balance only and nothing else. Like, Zentai does more balance in every single Grim Dawn patch, while doing many other things as well, than like all of Ellie combined for the entire game. I mean, you can like, okay, I mean, you can also like hate balance, or like hate ARPGs getting balanced. I can understand that argument too. I mean, I would say you're wrong, but I can understand it, I guess. But at least like buffs certain skills that are like literally unplayable right now. Like, why does Ellie even have like certain skills when they're absolute dog shit? You can't play them anywhere form, except for maybe like one single item combination for endgame. Like, can't you make it so that playing it with like that certain item combination is one of the ways you can play it, and maybe like the best? But there's also like other ways to play the same skill that don't require you to have like certain items, or I don't know, like suffer for eternity because your build is just not viable. Like, I don't get it. You don't understand why it runs worse than the other games? Well, because their optimization is shit, and I mean, they're using Unity engine, and yeah, they didn't like focus much on optimization. I mean, I think they had like literally zero like experience with like game optimization stuff. And it's already gotten like a lot better, honestly. Like, it used to be even worse. What's the most entertaining build? There's like 5 billion builds that are fun to play to me. The most is always kind of strong. It's like a strong word. I actually don't know. I mean, it depends like what you want to play. Like, it's so subjective as well. Like, many skills are fun, and whatever is fun for me might not be fun for you, and the other way around as well. That is dead now. Welcome in, retarded. That is just on the bench right now. Because I'm like trying to focus on like checking out leveling skills from level 1 to 50 on the current patch, which is gonna be like similar to the current patch, I guess. So I can then like update all of my like guides for, well, like people that are new to Grim Dawn, and like tell them how they, if they're lost and have like no idea how to play the game, which are like, you know, good things to play. Of course, like in a way you wanna also incentivize like people to make their own build and like try their own stuff. But there's also like some people, there's always like some people that just don't wanna, you know, do that. So I'm gonna like do a couple of runs like that. That is for now. PoE engine is really good. I mean, PoE engine is like made for PoE, and like their programmers like actually know what they're doing. The Ellie programmers, like compared to PoE programmers, or I think even like compared to Grim Dawn programmers, that like don't know what they're doing. I mean, they still made like a good game, but optimization is kind of shit. Yeah, and like just fucking make changes, right? Like last Epoch developers during their seasons, they made like more like fucking polls than they actually made patches, right? Like, or changes. Like, what the fuck, man? They like literally polled people on like whether or not they want to do like they asked people whether or not they want to be asked more questions, right? Like just fucking fix your game or like make your game better. Like I wouldn't even mind like League of Legends or like MOBA style balancing where you just like nerf and buff stuff for the heck of it, so like the meta changes a bit. So you're like incentivized to like try out new stuff, right? But like once you know like certain skills are like unplayable and they don't ever change them, then you were never gonna touch them ever again, right? Like why would you touch them? They need to like buff them so like people try them again. And they could do that, but it's, like they're literally doing nothing. I mean they're doing stuff, but I don't know. It's like they're saving for some grand finale patch, but I mean they're already released, right? And then they're like saving for like another seasonal patch. And then that seasonal patch still has like less changes than like a random ass Grim Dawn patch, right? But some random like hotfixing Grim Dawn has like more like skill changes than LE sometimes. It's crazy. Anyway, rant over, and I will be playing Season 2 of Last Epoch, and I am looking forward to whatever they have in store. Since they didn't manage to finish the campaign for Season 2, or like they're not going to finish the campaign for Season 2 apparently either, I'm not overly excited, but it's going to be like a nice change of pace, and I think they're releasing it in like a good window where there is not going to be any Grim Dawn expansion, there's not going to be any Grim Dawn season there, and there's probably not going to be like any huge like PoE 2 update either. Ellie will be finished out of Grim Dawn 2. I mean, the other problem they have, right, is they are listening too much to the community. I mean, they always have kinda been doing that too much, and I don't know, like this whole like going from offline to online mode, it's just very, very costly, right? Like looking at how much a Grim Dawn season costs, which is like tiny compared to like whatever they were doing, right? Like, it must be insane costs what they had, actually. And not even, like, talking about, like, pretty much sacrificing one entire year of, like, coding just to make the game even work for, like, servers, right? Because they didn't, like, design the game from the ground up to work on servers. I don't know. I don't know. And also, like, going forward, they only wanna, like, sell MTX and, like, I guess sell the base game and no expansions. I mean, MTX work well in PoE and PoE 2 because, like, the MTX are actually good, and also the game, like, actually, like, has very frequent content updates. I mean, I say that right now when, like, PoE 1 has, like, the largest, like, the longest content drought since, like, its existence. But I mean, PoE 2 is out at least, right? Or like playable in beta now. At least design is designed by committee, and the committee is the community is the committee. Yeah, it's kind of like how it feels like, and it's just like people that have no idea what they're talking about saying stuff, and then like the developers, which should have an idea what to do and what to talk about, or like what's realistic and what's not. I feel like, I mean, I don't know. It feels more like you're going to therapy when you're going to like an LE stream than like to like community therapy or something like that, right? And it feels like you're actually going to like a developer channel. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of like the vibes. It's like group therapy instead of an actual developer. Like, they're all like very nice dudes and all, but all the shit like, do something with your game. And don't stream like every single week. And show like nothing. Or like, I don't know. It's like one mini spoiler like every week, right? Something like that. If even. Sometimes the spoiler is like, oh hey, we actually did some balance and changed like one number and one skill in an insignificant matter.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Okay, okay. I think I'm taking it too far and I should probably go to that soon, so we got to Homestead. I do need to do Tyrant's Hole though, otherwise like walking there was a waste. And if you look at the damage that Dreeg's Evil Eye is putting out right now, it's actually nuts, right? Like I was like 2 or 3 shotting the elites from like the totems right now. And I don't even have this item on right now. Right, this will give me even more damage. The problem is like the affixes are total garbage, so maybe I'll just reform it. My current affixes on this, like these affixes are actually really good, so...
Well spent.
Let's go for Manticore next. We're gonna put Manticore on Dreeg's Evil Eye and we're gonna put Curse of Frailty on Rumor. And that should be nuts damage, honestly, at that point. Homestead Hill, yeah, that's scary. What game would you say is closest to Grim Dawn in gameplay? I mean, engine-wise, Titan Quest is, and like class design-wise, also I guess Titan Quest is, but actual gameplay-wise, I think Titan Quest feels very different to Grim Dawn. Especially now with like the evade and stuff. Like Grim Dawn feels like a modern game, even though the graphics might be a bit dated. I mean, not only a bit, they're definitely dated. But the actual gameplay feel in Grim Dawn I think is actually pretty modern. Or like has been modernized a lot since like the 1.2 patch. You play Titan Quest and Grim Dawn. Oh yeah, how would you compare like Titan Quest to Grim Dawn? Like, would you say they're like close to each other or not that close to each other? Because I feel like ever since patch 1.2 at least, like Grim Dawn feels like a very different game, even though it's like the same, like, I mean, is it really the same engine at this point? Probably not. I mean, can you call it the same engine? It's based upon Titan Quest engine, I guess, but the same engine. Yeah, like 3 shots and this guy is dead, like holy moly, it's crazy damage. Nuts damage. Very similar? Okay. I don't know, what's another game that's like similar to Grim Dawn? People keep saying like Torchlight 2 is similar to Grim Dawn as well, right? Torchlight 2? That's also like kind of an old game at this point. Diablo 2? I don't think Diablo 2 is similar to Grim... I mean, they're both ARPGs, but otherwise I think they're not similar to each other really. I think Diablo 3 is closer to Grim Dawn than Diablo 2 actually. The art, yeah, I agree though, like, the graphics would appear way worse if the design wasn't that good. Like, the actual art style of Grim Dawn and, like, the assets themselves are actually, like, really high detail. And really good. But, like, some of the lighting effects, some of the sound effects and so on, like, they could be better for sure. And also, like, the overall, like, graphics engine could be better. And Grim Dawn, like, literally runs on a toaster, right? That's, like, still a big plus, to be fair. Like, Grim Dawn, because of, probably, like, partially because of the old engine, actually, like, runs really well. But also the engine is, like, well, it was kind of like, it was made for an RPG. So, it should run RPGs well, and it does. There's only, like, a couple of situations, like in Shattered Realm, where, like, there's like too many projectiles. And then like the game lags out a little bit, actually. Wilson is a game, yeah. I mean, I think Last Epoch is actually kind of close to Grim Dawn too, to be fair. I think Last Epoch is closer to Grim Dawn than like, say, Diablo 2, for example. Would I recommend Diablo? I mean, I've played Diablo 3 a bit, like 15 years ago, or whenever it came out, or like whenever Reaper of Souls rather came out, actually. Diablo 3 was a good game to like get you into the genre. I tried playing Diablo 2 in 2021, I think, because I never played it before. So I played it like without any like old school nostalgia. And I personally, I mean, I can see why Diablo 2 was like a good game like 50 years ago. But nowadays, like, just, I don't know. I wouldn't recommend playing it. Like, not over, like, I mean, okay, unless, okay, if you played Diablo 2 in the past, play it, right? It's a great game. It's still, like, still the same game, I guess. But if you haven't played it, and you're, like, used to modern RPGs, then I would say don't play it. Diablo 4 is a modern RPG, I guess, but I don't know. I don't think like any Diablo game is like worth playing right now. I think they're all dog shit. Like, if I had to play a Diablo game right now, I would actually play Diablo 4. I think Diablo 4 is the best Diablo game. Like, right now. But oh, this is actually way better for me right now. More armor, and I just lose some pierce, but I gain like way more chaos. And the poison, I mean, I have like 3 poisons and Occultist anyway, so this is a lot better. Diablo Immortal login. Oh my god, this also exists, true. Okay, how the hell do I fix this? What is happening with my res here? Actually that's fine, right? What's happening here is actually fine. Like, the Elia and Bleeding Rest is only the Ward Stone. The Poison Rest I can fix with like the skill points. And the Pierce Rest, well, I get more Pierce Rest, so that's actually a win. Oh yeah, if you like slower RPGs... I mean, I guess, okay, right now PoE2 is actually like buy to play, right? But once PoE2 is actually out, I think PoE2 might legit be like a very good game. Unless they change the campaign to be like the end game. I mean, hopefully they change the end game to be a bit more like the campaign. But they might go the other way around, who knows. We'll see, I guess. I think I might do this change too, this seems reasonable. Like, sure, I'm gonna like lose some AD rest here. But it's like within reason still. Like for normal difficulty. I mean, you want like have this maxed, but 70% for normal is like kind of fine. I'll just like try to get some more. So. Also, what does Manticore give me? Manticore gives me Poison Rest. Okay, oh well. Maybe some gloves will like...
Come see what's left. Come see what's left of my wares.
No, these also don't have elemental rest. Never mind, then never mind. I'm not gonna play this. See you around, nervous. Bye bye, bye bye. Thanks for watching. Okay, let's go meet Lolgrim. Also, maybe like hand in the quests here. Right? I think I didn't do this yet. Yep. Oh yeah, I should reset the game and like farm run procs like once more, because the chances of getting a better amulet are very high, because the current affixes are really bad.
So how now the...
Okay. I'm level 34, which means I have reached the end of my skill bar in Occultist. which means obviously we're playing the possession skill, because it's the only exclusive you can play on this class. It also gives you like percent damage and chaos res and poison damage and absorption. So I'm gonna like put points here, max this, and otherwise then I'm gonna like start putting points in vulnerability for like more resistance reduction. I'm gonna put more points in aspect of the Guardian for like percent damage and poison physical resistance. Especially whenever I need like more poison res, I'm just gonna like put more points here because it's like free poison res. And then also Blood of Dreeg is very good because of like, well, the heal, the OA, the regen is also okay. Yeah, that's good. All other skills aren't really like gonna be that useful. You can use Pox or Doombolt if you wanna like proc some more devotions, and or if you get like Vitality to Acid conversion or like Chaos to Acid conversion. Otherwise, after like maxing out these skills and maybe like this or that, you would be choosing your secondary class, right? Which most of the time would be Oathkeeper, I would say. I think it's just like the best for like a poison caster as secondary. But you can also go Arcanist, I mean Nightblade. You can go Nightblade if you want to do either like only spam Dreeg Evil Eye, or if you want to like switch into like a melee dual wield kind of acid poison guy. Then Occultist is very, very better. Oathkeeper is definitely like the best if you want to do like cooldown reduction based stuff. Like throw a shield or like throw this as a like poison grenade bomb basically. Then you definitely want to go Oathkeeper. Otherwise for poison you can also do a Necromancer, I guess. Like can check out like Ravenous Earth as well. But otherwise Necromancer really isn't that good for poison. There's like I think the Radagon set that's good for poison too, but otherwise Acid Poison caster actually doesn't have like that many subclasses you can play, right? Like, in a good way. I've seen like some people like play Arcanist as well with this. Just because it's like a generic caster secondary, but I don't know. And this makes no sense, Shaman makes no sense, Inquisitor makes no sense. Like it's definitely Oathkeeper like being the best, and then Nightblade being like okay too for spam, or like for switching it to dual wield meta, of course that's like very good too. And then Necromancer and Arcanist can also like work. But everything else is like not even worth playing in my opinion. Like definitely not. Okay, let's farm like one more amulet real quick. Scorpion is like the worst tier 1 devotion. Yeah, Scorp is not really that good. I think Scorp needs a buff. I mean, it's okay, but like you can play it early game if you're playing like melee dual wield, I think. But for caster, it's kind of shite already anyway, and yeah, it also falls off even more. Like end game, it's just kind of always bad. Still going? Yeah, I'm like stopping pretty much right now. I just want to like farm one or two more like run approx amulets. Dude, but like damage is absolutely nuts now on this skill, like that's crazy. I like two-shot like all elites, dude. See it on this boss. He's like highly poison resistant, I think, right? But yeah, it's dead. Negating of Blight. And that's better what I have, right? Or wait, is it? Wait, does of Blight not give me acid damage? Huh? Maybe it doesn't. We can do better than... Okay, and you shouldn't be too picky in normal, because the item's gonna be like useless at some point anyway. But it's an amulet, so you can, if you get a good one here, you can use it all the way to endgame, and then like reform it at level 94. Because amulets, like, the level doesn't matter all too much on them. Is there a build that uses Celestial Boss equipment? Yeah, I mean, for example, Ravager Helmet, you can like put it on many builds. Because it's a very like generic build, very generic helmet rather. The Color Helmet can also be like good for some like physical or retaliation builds. It's fun, like a little bit out of fashion, I think. I mean, it's still very good, but I think color helmet can probably almost always be replaced by something else. Like Ravager helmet is generally, I would say, better. One can make an endgame build with Loker set, yeah. You probably shouldn't, but you can, yeah. I don't know, does like anybody like actually run color helmet nowadays? I've seen like some, but I'm not sure if those were like actually like properly min-maxed. Kinda doubt it. Crushing of corrosion. Okay, crushing is just physical damage, not even res in any way. Okay, one more. Hallowed helmet. Yeah, Ravager helmet is kind of like Hallowed helmet, except you have to actually like fight a proper boss for it and don't have to farm garbage mobs in like a grindy way. Like also flipping SPCs in Titan Quest, right? I mean, they're insanely good, of course, but I don't know, like I'd rather fight some hard boss like once or a couple of times instead of like a couple of trash mobs 5 billion of times, right? Like that's just mind-numbingly boring, that is to me. But hey, what's wrong with Color Helm? I don't know, I just don't see it in like min-max builds anymore, because I think other helmets are usually better. It's very, very close though. I think like Color is like, I don't think it needs a buff, like it's on the edge. Color Helm is edging. Preserving of mending. Okay, what is preserving again? Okay, that's vitality resistance. That's good. That's a usable resistance. That's nice. Okay, cool. I mean, I kind of need elemental rust, but I mean... just make a runestone, I guess. Once we get access to runestone, which I think you can get from Homestead, right? We're gonna be fine. Having like 70% LA res until then, it's gonna be fine. Herald's Mask. Wait, that one has elemental res. That is an item. Okay, where's a runestone? Oh no, that's a sanctified boner. Where the hell is runestone then?
I wish that
It's rovers, right? If it's not this faction, it's gotta be rovers.
I'll skip the Legion is split.
You managed SR 80 to 81 within the timer on Loker set? Holy shit. It's crazy. Okay, runestone is here, right? Okay. Slight sidetrack. We're not ending stream yet. We're gonna actually go to SOT real quick because there's some undead to kill, which gives me rover faction reputation. And also there's a shrine there anyway, so you kinda wanna go there anyway. Okay. And then we can get a runestone, put the runestone in the forehead. And the rest is fixed again. Now we're not gonna do the actual dungeon, of course, right? Just the area before the dungeon. We might kill Kyrian though, which can be honestly a pretty rippy fight, because it deals like physical and fire damage, and he also like reduces your resistances by quite a bit. So like having 75 fire rest for that fight is maybe not as comfortable as I would like it to be, but I mean, we have so much damage right now, and it's only normal, right? Not veteran. Should be fine. Should be fine. See totem, click totem. See totem, delete totem. Dude, this damage is so stupid. Like, what the hell? Pets are supposedly faster than this? Like, I don't believe it. I don't know. I mean, I guess with pets, you don't have to, like, click. Okay, I guess, I mean, pets can be ridiculous, too. Everything can be so ridiculous nowadays in Grim Dawn. I don't know, they need to, like, make the game harder. I guess we should... play veteran. What about next season? You can only play veteran. You can't play normal Grim Dawn anymore. Normal deleted, just veteran. Everybody would love that, right? Everybody loves veteran. I don't want to attack the reflector actually, because I'm probably gonna do like way too fucking much damage. Like way too much damage. Oh, I don't even have this max. Right, I should like put one more point here. That should fix it. And like one here, for example. Megafer would be top 5 because nobody else would play. I guess. Like my skills aren't even maxed out. Okay, I mean, okay, level 30 to 40 is usually the leveling, like the levels where you feel like really strong if you like know how to allocate your skills, right? Like feeling crazy strong around this level is not really like abnormal. That said, it's still a lot of damage that I'm dealing right now. Like even for that. But also I do have like 3 out of 4 monster frequencies. I think I'm only like missing one more. And the last one gives me, I mean, skill points, 2 Dreeg Civil Eye and Leech, so... I mean, the Leech is nice, but it's not as much damage as like some other skill modifiers do right now. I wonder how much better the Leaf main offhand is. I mean, it gives me like full conversion from Wit to Acid, which is gonna be very good, but otherwise, I don't even know. Like, I think endgame, the effigy is better again, actually. If you get like Wit to Acid somewhere else, then like 100% I think it's better. At least for spam, the effigy gives you like poison damage too, which is probably better for bomb. Or bomb, Dreeg's evil bomb. Okay, pew, right, check out the rest, check out the debuff bar. Okay, he just died, never mind. He just died. What a noob. Anyway, did I really like talk to her? Apparently I did. I didn't find Dahlia in the Mountain Deeps. What the hell am I doing? Let's do that real quick. Just real quick, right? One more map, mom. Just one more map. Like, the skill is only being held back by its AoE right now. Like, the damage is through the roof. Okay. Cool.
I'll give you a good price for what I've got left.
I should check out gloves, right? Yeah.
Put it to good use.
And now I should have enough reputation to buy the blueprint for the runestone, hopefully.
See anything you
Yes. Okay, runestone, restless remains. Wraith, I guess, as well. Sure, let's just pop this.
like? Good use.
Who has like +1 occultist belt? But oh, these guys. Oh shit.
Good use.
Oh, it's gonna be even more crazy damage. Holy. This is gonna be so much damage. What the hell?
What brings you to my forge?
Yeah, you can just craft the belt now. Which gives you another +1 to all skills in the entire tree. Sounds balanced. Okay, what is this? Off vitality, no rest at all. Let's see, let's craft one more. I don't have like that much stuff here, of course, because it's a fresh start, so I'm broke. Of the Arcane Blaze, has like Doombolt and Aether Missiles both on attack. It's like double procs. Not really like procs that I'm scaling, but it's kind of funny. Okay, let's try one more. Last one. Resistant, cold and lightningless. I mean... Fuck, we're just playing the first one that I had. I need like bleed dress, actually, mostly. Okay, now we craft a wardstone though. And then we need to craft a runestone. The problem with the runestone now is that I'm out of crystals because I crafted too many belts. GG. So what you can do is, I guess, go to Warden's lab. And I think this should hopefully like still scale high enough. 31, it should be like barely enough. Yeah, okay. So you can like drop crystals here real quick. Right, farm some crystals real quick. The problem is like if you out-level these, at least on normal, they are not gonna like drop the crystals anymore. So you wanna like not be too high level to do this. Because like once that happens, you have to like go to other places like Pod Valerie to farm crystals, and that fucking sucks. Or like conflagration and stuff like that, right? Or you have to like go to Elite, but I mean to do that you have to like kill a Gorian first. Some more crystals here. Okay. That's a decent run.
Come see what's left of my wares.
What are these? No, this is bad. This is actually not too bad. I did roll the poison rest, but I mean, I don't need poison rest, do I?
See you around.
Not really. Okay, keep add-on, give me that. Put this here. Now we can craft a runestone. Now runestone is really good because it is a component that gives you a total of 36 resistances. Like 36% resistances, right? It's crazy good. We might have like some energy problems maybe now, but yeah, this gives you like 12 poison, 12 aether, and 12 elemental rest. And also like more damage to Ethereals and Aether Corruptions, which means we're gonna like probably like, I don't know, like kill the Amalgamation in 2 seconds with the current damage. But that's probably working as intended. Anyway, yeah. One more devotion point, some more HP, that's nice. And then we're gonna get like this acid spray later. Yeah, I need more bleed dress. To be fair, like bleed dress is at least always like a resistance where you can react, right? There's no flat bleed that can like one-shot you, you always have a dot on you. So you can always like pot against that, or like use this, or even like use the Aether Crosses against that if you're playing hardcore. Keep that in mind. Anyway, alright, I'll see you around on the next one.